Good morning. Good morning. This is Venkatraman S from TCS. If we need to join, is there any registration process I need to complete, or I can just join into the WebEx and wait?
Yeah, kindly join, sir. There is no registration.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Hello,
Yes, good. Thank you. Yeah. Good morning.
sir. Kindly keep your mics mute, sir.
Yes,
That's
yes.
all.
It's on mute. Yeah.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Audible है.
Okay, thank you.
हेलो, आवाज आ रही? हेलो।
Good morning to everyone. Hello Shivam. Just I wanted to confirm that it is being clear to each one of us. I hope. Good morning Shivam and the team BIS.
Yes, बोल दो. Yes, sir.
yes, sir.
Green करो.
नहीं मेरा वहां पे आपको रोज शो कर रहा होगा वहां पे। हाँ एक से बोलेंगे एक से कुछ देखेंगे।
वो इसको देख लो बेटा.
बैटरी इधर पर कनेक्टेड लेके रहते तो स्क्रीन को नहीं कर यार करके अब मैं किधर गया अब
Honorable dignitaries of the dais, esteemed delegates, respected seniors, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to the celebration of World Standards Day. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to the celebration of World Standards Day 2021. As we do each year, on 14th October, World Standards Day is celebrated to pay tribute to standard engineers worldwide. The theme of this year's World Standards Day is Share Vision with a Better World. With emphasis on standards supporting TGBIS to plans. Every department of customer Additional Secretary, Department of Consumer Affairs, Srimati Nidhi Khare. Thank you, sir. Now I request all the dignitaries on the dais to join for lighting of the lamp.
Light. It's a mute, sir. आ रही है आवाज? कोई बोलना बोलता है प्लस माइनस है
Shri Director General BIS is an Indian Administrative Services Officer of Assam Meghalaya Cadre of 1991 batch. I would request teacher sir to kindly deliver his welcome address.
बोलो बाकी मेरे को दे देना इस बना ली
Not audible, please.
You're muted. Not audible, please.
The mic.
Sir, it is not audible at all.
सर आपकी ऑडियो कनेक्टेड नहीं है सर।
ऑडियो कनेक्टेड है सर।
नहीं, ऑडियो नहीं कनेक्टेड।
आवाज नहीं आ रही है सर।
आवाज बिल्कुल नहीं आ रहा। इट इज ऑलरेडी इन म्यूट कंडीशन में है।
नो वॉइस एट ऑल।
नो वॉइस। नो वॉइस प्लीज। नो साउंड।
Not audible. Not audible. I repeat, not audible.
Not audible.
Hello. Hello. Mr. Pawan, good morning. This is Dr. P.P. Anantapur, Director. Yeah. No, actually, it is not audible. They already put in mute. Hello? Yeah, yourself is audible. Yeah. That video conference, they put in audible.
Voice is audible sir now?
That's why kindly look into, because all are suffering.
Not audible. Not audible.
Okay.
Not audible.
The voice is audible now, sir? The voice is audible now?
Still not audible.
Sir, it is still not audible.
बोलो भाई, देखो आवाज जा रही है?
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं आ रहा है।
नहीं आ रही, बिल्कुल नहीं आ रही।
हाँ, आपकी आवाज जा रही है। हमारी आवाज जा रही है?
सर वॉइस आ रही है आपकी?
हाँ, आपकी आवाज तो आ रही जी। हमारी आवाज वहां पहुंच रही है?
जी सर, आपकी आवाज आ रही है सर।
आ रही है ना?
जी सर।
यस सर। धन्यवाद।
स्पीकर की आवाज नहीं आ रही।
स्पीकर की आवाज नहीं आ रही है?
स्पीकर इज नॉट ऑडिबल।
Sir, now it's audible?
No, it's not audible.
किसमें?
Sir, voice. Sir, now the
सामने
audible?
वही रिपीट हो कर रही सर हम भी सुन रहे हैं ना रिपीट क्या हो रहा है
Okay. So, as we know, we celebrate World Standards Day.
Now speaker is audible. Okay.
Please mute on this date to celebrate, to pay tribute to the collaborative efforts of professionals and experts working in the
But
field
increase the volume, please.
working in the field of standards formulation. The theme for this year's celebration is standards for SDGs.
Volume is very low.
Shared vision for a better world. I need not say how relevant the theme for this year is for all the national standards body formulating the standards.
Please increase the volume.
कुछ सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है तो क्या फायदा है इसको इजेक्ट कर दो इजेक्ट कर क्यों इजेक्ट तुम इजेक्ट
हो गया सर रिजेक्ट कर
Is it better now? Is it better, Tyagi?
So now the voice is audible.
Okay, fine. So, as we know, standards ensure the elements of quality, safety, reliability, compatibility, and interoperability into the products and services. And now the renewed focus is on ensuring that whatever efforts we are making in formulating standards are in line with the Sustainable Development Goals adopted by the United Nations. As far as BIS is concerned, you all know we have been in this field of industrialization since 1947 and have formulated more than 21,000 standards so far. And but there are many challenges. We have been talking of our achievements and the new areas, whether it's IT, whether it's various other requirements by the government. We are faced with some challenges, and I would like to throw some light on what we are trying to do to address those challenges. One of the biggest challenge is the inadequate awareness about the importance of the standards at the central ministry level, at the central departments, and also at the state government levels. We are trying to generate awareness for the government, increase awareness by industrialization sales, by an aggressive outreach program for state governments. We have tried to get in touch even with the district level authorities because they are important players in program implementation. And if they start using standards for program implementation, their procurement processes, that will help us create a robust quality ecosystem in the country. Another area for challenge, another area where we need to work is creating greater awareness about the standards in our professional and technical education institutions. It is rather unfortunate that except civil engineering discipline, in no other discipline standards are being taught as part of the curriculum. There is very little focus on standards. As a result, when these professionals come out after completing their education, they have no knowledge. So we have taken various steps. We have entered into MOU with all the leading, or many, several leading technical institutions we are also trying to establish chairs on standardization in these institutions. 2-3 other major steps are like preparing reference materials, conducting training programs for their faculty, and also requesting these institutions to slot some of the lectures on the standards when the subjects in their curricula are being taught. And through these efforts, we are trying to build an ecosystem where technical and professional institutions are encouraged to improve the standards as an integral part of their curricula and courses. Then the biggest challenge I would say is creating awareness among the consumers about the standards. Because once consumers become aware, then there will be demand for standards, and they will also be questioning and examining various products and services which are being made available to them. So for that also BIS is taking various measures. And one important aspect of standard development which I would like to talk about is the improvement in the processes also. We are using IT for making our processes smoother, faster, also user friendly. We are now, for every proposal for development of standards, we have fixed time frame, and we try to ensure that the work is completed within that time frame. Technical committees which are responsible for formulating standards, now we have made it mandatory that in every part, just one meeting of the technical committee should be there, so that there is no delay in a standard formulation, and there is continuity also in the effort. Then almost the entire process of the standard formulation in BIS is now automated. Most of the meetings are happening through webinars, and agenda, minutes, everything is now shared online. All these processes, like if somebody wants to be a member of the technical committee, if somebody wants to offer comments on our preliminary or wide circulation drafts, or even otherwise, if somebody feels that some revision or some improvement is required in any existing standard, all these things can be, all these processes are now automated and can be done. One very important feature, in fact, I mention it in every meeting whenever I get an opportunity to talk to stakeholders or anyone, is this BIS website. Now we have created a new feature called Know Your Standards. This Know Your Standards is very useful. I do not forget to mention it because whatever one wants to know about a standard, all the information is available at one place. If we select the standard by typing out the number or the product name or product category name, all the information, that the full text of the standard, credit notification, how many licenses have been granted against that license, what are the testing facilities available in the country for that standard, the product manual, all this information is available at one place. So, and again, as you know that our standards, we made our Indian standards free of cost. Now they're available with there are no charges. So all these efforts are aimed at broadening the base of those who are involved with the standard formulation, and also create better awareness of among those who would be using the standards. So, but yes, and I would also like to mention that our experts and professionals are doing a commendable job at we have increased our footprint in various technical committees of ISO and IEC. We are now participating member in large number of technical committees of ISO and IECs, and some of our professionals, their work has been recognized by these bodies, and we have invited two of them to pay our respect to them for the efforts they have made to bring glory for the country at international level. So with these words, again, I would like to say that all this has been possible. Whatever we have been able to do is because of officials, experts who have been members of our technical, or have otherwise also been contributing process of standard formulation. So with these words, I welcome you again to this very important occasion. We have planned out series of thematic discussions. I hope we'll find it very useful. Thank you very much for having us with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have with us Srimati Nidhi Khare Madam, Additional Secretary, Department of Consumer Affairs. She is an Indian Administrative Services Officer of Jharkhand cadre of 1992 batch. She has served as District Collector in Madhubani, Jamshedpur, and Dumka. May I now invite Srimati Nidhi Khare Madam for the keynote address.
Honorable Minister of State, Shri Ashwini Kumar Chaubey, Srimati Leena Nandan, Secretary Consumer Affairs, Shri Bali, DCPIS, scientists and functionaries of distinguished invitees, friends from media. At the very outset, I would like to compliment everyone on the World Standards Day 2021. The World Standards Day is a global observance held annually on October 15, which was a date when 25 countries first met in London in 1946 and formed ISO, an international organization focused on developing international standards. World Standards Day provides perfect opportunity to reflect on the significance of standards and the benefits they bring to business, society, and the government. Based on worldwide scenario and current issues relevant to standardization, the theme for this year has been chosen as Standards for Sustainable Development Goals, our shared vision for a better world. The sustainable development. So as we all know that the Sustainable Development Goals have been adopted by 196 member states of the United Nations in 2019, which also includes India. And it is needless to emphasize that we work with standards with the main objective of harmonious development of standards and quality certification for the country has an important role to play in successfully achieving these Sustainable Development Goals and making our world a place to live and thrive. So with these words, I once again congratulate BIS for organizing and celebrating this occasion and wish them all success for the deliberations that have been lined up in the technical sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. माननीय राज्य मंत्री उपभोक्ता मामले, खाद्य और सार्वजनिक वितरण तथा पर्यावरण वन एवं जलवायु परिवर्तन भारत सरकार श्री अश्विनी कुमार चौबे जी हमारे बीच वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के माध्यम से जुड़ चुके हैं। समारोह में हार्दिक अभिनंदन करती हूँ। माननीय राज्य मंत्री उपभोक्ता मामले, खाद्य और सार्वजनिक वितरण तथा पर्यावरण वन एवं जलवायु परिवर्तन भारत सरकार श्री अश्विनी कुमार चौबे जी छात्र जीवन से ही राजनीति से जुड़े रहे हैं। उन्होंने काफी संघर्ष से भारतीय राजनीति में अपनी जगह बनाई है। मंत्री जी 1967-68 में बिहार सरकार के खिलाफ हुए छात्र आंदोलन में भी शामिल रहे। पटना विश्वविद्यालय में छात्र संघ के अध्यक्ष भी रहे हैं। 1972-73 में केरल में हुए अखिल भारतीय छात्र नेता सम्मेलन में बिहार का प्रतिनिधित्व भी किया। राष्ट्रीय स्वयं सेवक संघ, जन संघ व भाजपा से उनका छात्र जीवन से जुड़ाव रहा है। 1977 के ऐतिहासिक जेपी आंदोलन के प्रमुख नेताओं में शामिल रहे। कई बार भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ आंदोलन में जेल गए। बिहार में स्वास्थ्य मंत्री रहने के दौरान उन्होंने महादलित परिवारों के लिए 11,000 शौचालय बनाने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई। उन्होंने नारा दिया था, हर घर में हो शौचालय का निर्माण, तभी होगा लाडली बेटी का कन्यादान। 2013 में केदारनाथ धाम की यात्रा के दौरान भीषण बाढ़ में वह बाल बाल बचे। इस हादसे से उनके परिवार में कई लोग काल कवलित हो गए। श्री चौबे जी ने बाद में केदारनाथ त्रासदी नामक पुस्तक भी लिखी। मंत्री जी 2005-2010 में बिहार सरकार में नगर निकास एवं लोक स्वास्थ्य अभियंत्रण मंत्री रहे। 2019 में लगातार दूसरी बार बक्सर से सांसद निर्वाचित हुए और फिर से केंद्रीय स्वास्थ्य एवं राज्य मंत्री बनाए गए। मंत्री जी ने 7 जुलाई 2021 से केंद्रीय उपभोक्ता मामले, खाद्य व सार्वजनिक वितरण, वन पर्यावरण एवं जलवायु परिवर्तन राज्य मंत्री का दायित्व निर्वहन कर रहे हैं। मैं माननीय मंत्री जी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वो अध्यक्षीय अभिभाषण देने के लिए
अनम्यूट करने उनके नहीं कर रहे।
माननीय राज्य मंत्री जी का पुनः अभिनंदन करती हूँ। श्रीमती Leena Nandan Madam, Secretary Department of Consumer Affairs, is an Indian Administrative Officer of 1987 batch. Now I may request Madam to deliver a special address, please.
Honorable MOS for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, my colleagues from the Department of Consumer Affairs, Mrs. Nidhi Khare, the National Secretary, DG BIS, and all the members of today's conference. Very warm welcome to all of you on World Standards Day. At the outset, I would like to congratulate BIS for having been elected to the ISO Council. It is a big achievement, and it is a recognition of the fact that India as a country led by BIS as the national standards body has played a stellar role in bringing about awareness regarding standards, how to formulate standards, how to implement them, and general advocacy and awareness about the need to have standards in our day-to-day lives. I think the quality assurance system led by BIS has made great headway, and that is a recognition of the efforts of all of you who are present here in the hall today and elsewhere across the country in various branches of BIS. Today, the Department of Consumer Affairs has been trying to bring together the various agencies that are working very hard in quality and standards awareness. The NTH is working very closely with the BIS, and I'm sure that with the joint efforts of both these organizations, which have a very long and distinguished record of scientific thought and temperament, we will be able to take forward the whole challenge of a quality ecosystem in the country in a very big way. Not only that, we will also be able to contribute to awareness building and at the international level, bring all our achievements to the international arena. So I congratulate BIS, and I think the road ahead is full of a lot of challenges because you have to make your presence felt on the world arena. India is a leader, and that must be established because in various developing as well as developed countries,
We have made path-breaking initiatives, and today we are also tackling many issues which are concerned with sustainable development. That brings me to the topic of today's World Standards Day, sustainable development and how we can move towards a shared vision of growing together. We are an interconnected world, socially, economically, environmentally. One cannot live without the other. Just like the consumer and the enterprise are interconnected and interdependent, the one has no meaning without the other. Similarly, unless we think about long-term sustainability, unless we are conscious that every member of society, and extrapolating it into the global arena, every citizen of the world gets the kind of equitable opportunities that are afforded to the better of people in his own country. Unless we acknowledge this, unless we bring about economic equity and social equity, we will not be able to grow as societies and as nations. And nothing demonstrates this better than the commitment to environmental sustainability, because if the planet Earth itself is under threat, and we have seen the COVID has brought to us very sharply and very strongly the need to be conscious of the environmental responsibilities that we have. Therefore, when we talk about standards and processes, when we talk about how we can improve the quality standards, we must always keep at the forefront the sustainability from the long-term perspective. Socially, economically, and environmentally sustainable products and processes have to be our goal. And we have to do a lot of advocacy and awareness. BIS has taken a lot of steps through BIS talks, through building a kind of a curriculum for technical institutes and students. And this has to be continued with the same focus and the same passion that has been brought to it by BIS. The other challenge before BIS is something which the department has been emphasizing. I'm sure that some steps have been taken, but they have to be done in a much larger arena. Whatever is the outcome of all the testing of different products, whether they are adhering to the IS standards or if it is a QCO, whether it is adhering to the QCO standards, I think a lot of outreach and awareness to the consumers, because ultimately if the consumer does not know that a certain product has failed the standard, or if the consumer does not know that a certain product is a fake IS product, the benefit of all the efforts that BIS is making will not reach the consumers. So I think today on World Standards Day, there is one more challenge that BIS must set before itself. How to come out with a very cogent and articulate plan of action so that whenever you have been able to find out through a complaint or through your suo motu market surveillance and factory surveillance activities, whenever you uncover that a certain product has not adhered to the prescribed processes, has failed the testing parameters, or you have seized a certain product on a complaint or something is on a QCO and it does not adhere to QCO, kindly make all possible efforts to share this information with the consumers, because this knowledge, if it remains between BIS and the particular manufacturing enterprise, it does not benefit the consumer, and therefore we would fail in our ultimate objective of safeguarding the consumers' rights and of empowering the consumers to get the quality that they have paid for. So that is a challenge which we also must take equally seriously today on World Standards Day. I would once again like to congratulate the entire fraternity of BIS for the stellar work that you have done, and I'm sure that you will continue to give of your best so that the country as a whole, and going from the national to the global arena, the world can benefit from all the various activities and efforts being done by BIS. Congratulations once again and all the best.
Thank you, ma'am. मैं माननीय मंत्री जी को अध्यक्ष अभी भाषण देने के लिए अनुरोध करती हूँ।
मैसेज करो स्टेटमेंट ये ठीक कनेक्शन प्रॉब्लम आ हाँ सर वही कर रहे हैं, होने भी कर दिया आगे कर दिया। सर कर दिया मैं कर रहा हूँ। नहीं सर आवाज नहीं आ रही। तो सर आपसे आवाज नहीं आ रही। तो सर एक बार वीडियो ऑफ कर दीजिए। वीकेंड से वीडियो ऑफ कर दीजिए और बैंडविड्थ चेक करनी सही है। दो बैंडविड्थ आ रहा है। दो बैंडविड्थ आ रहा है। जी सर यहाँ से यही पूछ रहे वीडियो परसेंट से वीडियो ऑफ करा है। एक बार अनम्यूट करके अनम्यूट करिए। सर अब अब आ रहा हूँ। हेलो
हेलो। हाँ बोलिए सर। आ रही है।
हेलो, आवाज आ रही है?
जी सर। यस सर, आवाज आ रही है।
आवाज आ रही है नंदन जी की?
जी सर।
अभी आ रही है?
हाँ सर, आ रही है।
बोलिए तो। आ रही है आवाज?
आवाज सर मोबाइल से आ रही है सर, मोबाइल पे आ रही है आवाज सर। आ रही है सर, आवाज आ रही है सर।
आ रही है ना? आवाज आ रही है आवाज?
सर आवाज आ रही है सर आपकी।
ठीक, मंत्री जी आ रही है ना?
आवाज
हाँ सर, आवाज आ रही है सर।
मंत्री जी की आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ सर, आ रही है।
ठीक।
फोन मंत्री जी के पास रख लीजिए।
हाँ भगवती आराध्य आप उज्जवल हो। मैं विंध्याचल से
तब से मानव सभ्यता का विकास हुआ है। मनुष्य अपने जीवन स्तर को, रहन सहन की सुविधा को उच्च बनाने में लगा हुआ है। जब आवश्यकताएं सीमित थी, मनुष्य प्रकृति के उत्पादों से अपना जीवन स्तर बेहतर कर लेता था। जैसे जैसे जनसंख्या बढ़ी, हमारी निर्भरता प्रकृति निर्मित पदार्थों से हटकर मानव निर्मित पदार्थों पर हो गए। आप जानते हैं कि हमारा यह शरीर प्रकृति का प्रदर्शनी है और पूरे विश्व में सृष्टि से जो हमें मिला है वह प्रकृति अनुकूल है। और हम देखते हैं कि धीरे धीरे जो हमारी निर्भरता प्रकृति निर्मित पदार्थों से हटकर मानव निर्मित पदार्थों पर जब गरीब जीवन स्तर के उच्च गुणवत्ता वाले उत्पादों से ही ऊपर उठाया जा सकता है। जब उत्पादन प्रचुर मात्रा में हुआ तो इसकी गुणवत्ता कैसी हो, इसके लिए एक जन अवेयरनेस की जरूरत है, एक जन जागरण की आवश्यकता अनुभव की गई है। और इसी के श्रृंखला में हर साल 14 अक्टूबर को जब आज विश्व मानक दिवस मनाया जा रहा है। इससे उपभोक्ताओं और उत्पाद बनाने वाली व्यक्तियों में मानक उत्पादों के प्रति जागरूकता भी बढ़ी है। स्टेक होल्डरों की मांग और अपेक्षाओं उनके सहयोग से बनाए जाते हैं। यह जानकर प्रसन्नता हुई है भारतीय मानक ब्यूरो देश की प्राथमिकताओं के अनुरूप मानक तैयार कर रहा है। कई ब्यूरो के खाद्य से लेकर इंजीनियरिंग, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स और सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी तक के क्षेत्रों के लिए 21,000 से अधिक भारतीय मानक तैयार किए गए। यह मानक विश्वसनीय बन सके, इसके लिए यह उद्योगों, अनुसंधान संस्थानों, सरकारी संगठनों, उपभोक्ताओं, या यह कहा जाए कि सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स, जितने भी स्टेक होल्डर्स है, स्टेक होल्डरों की मांगों और अपेक्षाओं के न केवल सहमति अपितु उनके सहयोग से बनाए जाते हैं और उसे हम पहल करते हैं। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के उस कथन का हम ध्यान देने की बात कर रहे हैं, सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, इसको साकार कर रहा आदरणीय मोदी जी के 15 अगस्त 2021 के प्राचीन लाल किला के उस उद्बोधन को आप ध्यान गौर करेंगे। उन्होंने कहा था, देश के सभी उत्पादकों, मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को यह समझना होगा कि आप जो भी प्रोडक्ट, जो भी उत्पादन आप करके बाहर भेजते हैं, वो आपकी कंपनी में बनाया हुआ सिर्फ एक प्रोडक्ट नहीं होता, उसके साथ भारत की पहचान जुड़ी होती है। ये बहुत बड़ी बात है, प्रतिष्ठा जुड़ी होती है, भारत के कोटि कोटि लोगों का विश्वास जुड़ा होता है। इस प्रतिष्ठा को बनाने में बीआईएस की बड़ी भूमिका है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री की सूची से निश्चित रूप में बीआईएस को काफी बल प्रदान होता है और हम जानते हैं विश्व के लिए हमारा साझा दृष्टिकोण, एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत के अनुरूप, जहां देश को विकास की ओर आगे बढ़ाने में हम विकसित देशों के श्रेणी में पहुंचने का जो हमारा प्रयास है वह अद्वितीय है। और सचमुच भारत में तो प्रारंभ से ही, प्राचीन काल से हमने वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की भावना से काम किया है। पूरा विश्व हमारा परिवार, इस नाते हम पूरे विश्व को एक परिवार के रूप में समझते हैं। यातायात के साधनों और सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी के विकास से विश्व एक परिवार बनकर के एक कुटुंब, एक ग्राम जैसा हो गया है, ऐसा हम मानते हैं। विश्व स्तर पर सहयोग पाना एवं देना दोनों ही सरल हो गया है। बीआईएस, बीआईएसओ और आईईसी, द इंटरनेशनल इलेक्ट्रो टेक्निकल कमीशन की गतिविधियों से उसमें हम कह सकते हैं कि उनकी गतिविधियों में भाग लेता रहा। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मानकों के विकासों में देश हित को से आगे रखा जा रहा है और इस पर सतत विकास लक्ष्यों, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल का मानक भी श्रेष्ठ विश्व के लिए हमारा साझा दृष्टिकोण या सबका सामूहिक और सभी मिल के करना। हमारे यहाँ शास्त्र में बहुत पहले से ही कहा गया है, जब हम सामूहिक रूप से कोई काम करते हैं, जब हम एक दूसरे को सहयोग करते हैं, वह काम निरंतर आगे बढ़ता है। टीम स्पिरिट के साथ हम बढ़ते हैं। शास्त्र में कहा गया है, सहना भवतु सहनो भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं कर्वावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मां बुद्धिशालिनी। ओम शांति शांति शांति। हम मिलके काम करें, मिलके चलें, मिलके अपने परिवार, समाज, राज्य और राष्ट्र जीवन को उन्नत बनाने के लिए हम एक दूसरे के सहयोगी बनाए। ये हमारा यथार्थ में उद्देश्य है। तो मुझे खुशी हो रही है कि आज तो विश्व के लिए, श्रेष्ठ विश्व के लिए हमारा जो साझा दृष्टिकोण या जो मानक हमारा थीम है, हम उसको उस लक्ष्य को पाने के लिए अग्रसर हैं। आज का विकास भावी पीढ़ी की आवश्यकताओं से
समझौता किए बिना वर्तमान की आवश्यकताओं को पूरा करना है और पर्यावरण और संतुलन को भी दूर करना है। हम कह सकते हैं चलना है साथ हमें उस पर्यावरण के आंचल में पलते हैं हम, जिसके है बचाना उसे अपने कर्तव्य से, चेतना है जगानी अपने वक्तव्य से। सचमुच संयुक्त राष्ट्र ने जो सतत विकास को सितंबर 2015 में जो अपनाया था, भारत सरकार ने सतत विकास के उन तमाम 17 लक्ष्यों को उनको पाने के लिए हम पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध है, हम प्रतिबद्ध है। सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स हमारे विकास कर्मों का उसका प्रतिबिंब जो प्रतिबिंब के समान है, प्रतिबिंबित होता है। भारत के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री मोदी जी ने जो उनका मूल मंत्र मैंने पहले कहा, सबका विकास साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, सबके प्रयास से ही भारत के विकास का जो केंद्र बिंदु है, इन्हीं बातों को इंगित करता है। जहाँ प्रधानमंत्री जी बराबर कहा करते थे भारत को मेक इन इंडिया एवं सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का हब बनने से सतत विकास के लक्ष्यों को पाने में हमें सफलता और सरलता होगी। प्रधानमंत्री जन धन योजना विश्व का सबसे बड़ा वित्तीय समावेशन कार्यक्रम है। तो स्वच्छ भारत अभियान से उस अभियान का सबसे बड़ा अभियान है। प्रधानमंत्री उज्ज्वला योजना से जहां देश के 8.5 करोड़ से भी अधिक महिलाओं को जहां लाभ प्राप्त हुआ, वही उनके स्वास्थ्य संवर्धन एवं पर्यावरण संरक्षण में अतुलनीय योगदान प्राप्त हुआ है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी सभी योजनाएं सतत विकास लक्ष्यों को पाने में एक सहायक की प्रधानमंत्री जी की कभी रुचि नहीं होता है। उसको हम कह सकते हैं कि विकास लक्ष्यों को हमें हासिल करने में सहायक सिद्ध हुआ। जहां तक एमएसएमई भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था को आगे बढ़ाने में 5 ट्रिलियन की जो अर्थव्यवस्था के लक्ष्य पाने में महत्वपूर्ण है। ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में औद्योगिकीकरण में एमएसएमई की भूमिका अत्यंत ही महत्वपूर्ण है, जिससे क्षेत्रीय और संतुलन कम होता है। भारतीय मानकों में एमएसएमई की जो उत्पादों की गुणवत्ता, उस पर उपभोक्ताओं में विश्वास बढ़ाने में काफी भूमिका निभाई है, उसका परिणाम भी मिला। हम कह सकते हैं कि हम सार्थक परिणाम हमें एमएसएमई के द्वारा भी प्राप्त हुआ है। भारत के निर्यात में एमएसएमई का योगदान 45% है। एक अनुमान के अनुसार एमएसएमई 120 मिलियन लोगों को रोजगार उपलब्ध कराता है। स्वच्छ ऊर्जा की बात हम करें, आज स्वच्छ ऊर्जा विश्व की प्राथमिकता है। ऊर्जा दक्षता और वैकल्पिक ऊर्जा प्रणालियों के कई मानक बीआईएस द्वारा तैयार किए गए हैं। यह हमारे लिए गौरव की बात है। हमारे वैज्ञानिकों ने, हमारे बीआईएस के वरिष्ठ पदाधिकारियों ने परिश्रम करके इस प्रकार के मानक तैयार किए। हम सब लोग उससे प्रफुल्लित हैं। वे जलवायु परिवर्तन की गति भी करते हैं, हमारे प्रभावी पर्यावरण प्रबंधन को सुनिश्चित होता है। जहां तक स्मार्ट सिटी प्रबंधन, आज विश्व की आधी से अधिक जनसंख्या शहरी क्षेत्रों में रहती है। अनुमान है 2050 तक 2050 तक यह आंकड़ा बढ़कर 2/3 हो जाएगा। और शहरी क्षेत्रों के निर्माण और प्रबंधन प्रक्रिया में महत्वपूर्ण बदलाव किए बिना सतत विकास लक्ष्यों को पाना कठिन है। मैं आज BIS के अधिकारियों और वैज्ञानिक जो मानकीकरण वैज्ञानिक विशेषज्ञ हैं, उन सभी विशेषज्ञों के प्रयासों की पूरी प्रशंसा करता हूं, जिन्होंने ICT जो रेफरेंस आर्किटेक्चर, डेटा एक्सचेंज, कम्युनिकेशन डिफरेंस आर्किटेक्चर जैसे विषयों पर अथक प्रयास भी किए हैं। और यह प्रयास स्मार्ट शहरों को उसके लिए मानदंड स्थापित करने में सहायक सिद्ध होंगे। भारत SDG सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल में विश्व का नेतृत्व भी कर सकता है। और BIS मानवता के कल्याण के लिए अपने ज्ञान और अनुभव को साझा कर इसमें महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा सकता है। BIS द्वारा विकसित किए गए और विकसित किए जा रहे मानक उपभोक्ताओं के लिए सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करते हैं, साथ ही न्यूनतम लागत में न्यूनतम वेस्टेज के साथ सर्वोत्तम उत्पाद प्रदान करते हैं। इसलिए वे हमारी इस वसुंधरा की सुरक्षा भी सुनिश्चित करते हुए हमें सतत विकास के लक्ष्यों की ओर भी ले जाते हैं। मैं अपना संबोधन पूरा करने के पहले फिर यह कहना चाहूंगा कि प्रगति के लिए, सतत विकास के लक्ष्य पाने के लिए प्रासंगिक, त्वरित एवं बेहतर मानक आवश्यक। जब तक वो मानक नहीं होगा हम उस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त नहीं कर सकते। अगले कार्यक्रम आयोजित करने के लिए मैं BIS के तमाम मंत्रालय के पदाधिकारियों और आप सभी को बधाई भी देता हूं, क्योंकि सत्रों की सफलता की कामना भी करता हूं और अपना संबोधन एक कविता से पूरा करना चाहता हूं। 4 लाइन की वो कविता है। ये पौधे, ये जंगल, ये झीलें, समंदर, ये पौधे, ये जंगल, ये झीलें, समंदर, ये नदियां, ये पहाड़ियां और ये अंबर, चिंतन मनन करिए इसके अस्तित्व पर दृष्टि डालिए आधुनिक विकास पर, दृष्टि डालिए आधुनिक विकास पर। ये पौधे, ये जंगल, ये झीलें, समंदर, सचमुच ये इस कविता के माध्यम से जहाँ प्रकृति और पर्यावरण को बनाए रखने और आधुनिक विकास पर दृष्टि डालने का जो हमारा सुखद अवसर होगा, इसके लिए मैं आज इस कार्यक्रम में आए हुए और जुड़े हुए सभी बंधु बांधव भगिनी का फिर से आप सबको बधाई देते हुए मैं अपनी वाणी को समाप्त करता हूँ। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मां कश्चित् दुर्भाग् भवेत्। आइए आज के इस नवरात्र के शुभ अवसर पर सभी सुखी हो, सभी भद्र हो, सभी विश्व कल्याण के लिए आगे बढ़े और हमारा जो यह मानक है ये प्रतिष्ठित हो, सभी भद्र हो और सभी एक दूसरे की पीड़ा को अपनी पीड़ा समझ करके पीड़ित मानवता की सेवा में लगे रहे। यही हमारे लिए उपयुक्त होगा यही भारत की सभ्यता और संस्कृति है। मानव सेवा, मानव सेवा, नर सेवा, नारायण सेवा। आज इस व्रत के अवसर पर हम सभी मानव सेवा के प्रति उत्कृष्ट हो, संकल्पित हो। इन्हीं शुभकामनाओं के साथ बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार। जय हिंद, जय भारत, वंदे मातरम।
माननीय मंत्री जी, धन्यवाद. This year, on this very important day, we would be presenting the IEC 1906 award, which commemorates the founding of the commission and honors IEC experts around the world who have made an exceptional recent technical contribution to the development of specific IEC project. This year, IEC has conferred IEC 1906 award to two of our experts, Shri B.R. Rao Sunkara, expert of IEC Technical Committee 122, UHV AC Transmission System, and to Shri Gajendra Babu, expert of IEC Technical Committee 121, Switchgear and Control Gear and their assemblies for low voltage. Shri Gajendra Babu is out of country and has joined us through VC. We welcome and congratulate him for the award with a loud round of applause. Shri B.R. Rao Sunkara sir is expert of the IEC Technical Committee 122. He is General Manager Technology Development at PowerGrid Advanced Research and Technology Center and is Chairman of ETD 48 Sectional Committee on UHV AC Transmission Systems. The IEC 1906 award is being conferred to him in recognition for his great contribution to the development of IEC Technical Specification 63042, Part 201, 2018 as a member of working group, bringing to the project his experiences of Indian UHV high voltage engineering. I would request Srimati Leena Nandan Madam to kindly present the award to Shri Sunkara. Thank you, madam, and congratulations, sir. As part of World Standards Day celebrations, 4 competitions, slogan writing, poster making, essay writing, and presentation making were organized at BIS headquarters, where all BIS officers and staff wholeheartedly participated. I would request Srimati Nidhi Khare ma'am to kindly present the award to first position winners of these competitions. For first position in slogan writing to Miss Neha Yadav, Scientist D. To first for first position in poster making to Miss Vidharani, Scientist B. First position in essay writing to Shri Kushit Khanal, Scientist D. For first position in presentation making to Shri Sachin S. Menon, Scientist. Thank you, ma'am, and many congratulations to the winners. Now I would request Srimati Mamta Upadhyay Lal Madam, ADG BIS, to kindly propose vote of thanks.
माननीय राज्य मंत्री मुक्ता महोदय, खाद्य एवं माननीय और सचिव बॉम्बे, सचिव श्रीमती महानिदेशक DIS श्री प्रमोद, माननीय अतिथिगण, देवियों, मेरे लिए ये अवसर गौरव एवं हर्ष का विषय है। विश्व मानव दिवस के अवसर के समक्ष धन्यवाद राज्य मंत्री श्री कुमार चौधरी, जिन्होंने अपनी व्यस्तता के बावजूद समारोह की अध्यक्षता करने के लिए तथा एक अत्यंत ही प्रेरणादायी एवं अविस्मरणीय महोदय, आपने अपनी अनुभावी उपस्थिति एवं बहुमूल्य मार्गदर्शन से इस कार्यक्रम की शोभा बढ़ाई है। इसके लिए मैं श्रीमती लीना नंदन, सचिव उपभोक्ता मंत्री विभाग का इस कार्यक्रम का हिस्सा बनने और विशेष अभिभाषण देने के लिए जुटे। आपका निरंतर प्रोत्साहन समर्थन हमारे लिए सदैव प्रेरणा एवं शक्ति का स्रोत है। आपने अपनी गरिमा में उपस्थिति से इस कार्यक्रम श्रीमती निधि खरे अपर सचिव उनको मुख्य अभिभाषण देने के लिए gracious presence in transportation के लिए मैं महानिदेशक DIS श्री प्रमोद उनका आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ कि उन्होंने हमारे ever since his taken over DIS robust quality ecosystem को फर्दर करने के लिए एक स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्मुलेशन प्रोसेसेस को प्रोसेस इंजीनियरिंग को जिस तरह से उन्होंने उसमें अपना विशेष ध्यान दिया है और जिस तरह से उनकी विजन, प्रतिबद्धता और मार्गदर्शन इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हमारा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन उनके इस कमिटमेंट के कारण निरंतर प्रगति के पथ पर है। इसके लिए हम हमेशा उनका आभार करेंगे और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि उनका ये मार्गदर्शन। मैं इस समारोह में फिजिकली प्रेजेंट एवं वर्चुअली प्रेजेंट सभी प्रतिभागियों का धन्यवाद करती हूँ। मैं आशा करती हूँ कि भविष्य में भी स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्मुलेशन, कंफर्मिटी असेसमेंट तथा लेबोरेटरी ऑपरेशंस DIS की मुख्य गतिविधियों में आपकी सहभागिता रही। अंत में आज के इस कार्यक्रम को सफलतापूर्वक आयोजित करने के लिए मैं TNMD अनुभाग तथा अन्य सभी अनुभाग जिन्होंने प्रत्यक्ष एवं परोक्ष रूप से इस कार्यक्रम को सफल बनाया है, सभी से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि इस कार्यक्रम के पश्चात होंगे, उसके पहले कैफेटेरिया में जलपान की सुविधा है। आप सभी का आमंत्रण से आप सभी को एक बार
With this, we come to the end of today's inaugural session. I now request all of you to join us for tea in adjoining cafeteria. These distinguished experts shall be sharing their views in two technical sessions today on the topic standards for sustainable communities and standards fostering well-being. Kindly reassemble here for the first technical session at 11:30 a.m. Thank you.
नहीं हो रहा, आप कर दे चल चाय क्यों आगे बोल कर टाइम लगता है
सर मैं यही बोल रहा था हाँ हाँ सब लग रहा है। सुशांत, एम आई ऑडिबल? हेलो सुशांत। सुशांत, एम आई ऑडिबल? नहीं नहीं, तो ठीक है सर। वहीं वहीं से रहेगा, वहीं से रहेगा सर। हाँ सर। हाँ आवाज आ रही है मेरी? हाँ मैं बोलूँ कि मेरी आवाज क्लियर आ रही है? इससे ज्यादा क्लियर और क्या होगी?
आ रही है क्या?
बिल्कुल सही आ रही है, सही आ रही है बिल्कुल। हाँ ठीक है, ठीक है कोई
ठीक है, तो शंभू जी को फोन कीजिए।
सर वही कर रहा हूँ, फोन पे पिन लगा दोबारा। हाँ गाना जी, कैसी आवाज आ रही है मुझे? हाँ ठीक है, ओके।
attributes which I mentioned of, which includes providing adequate, safe, and affordable housing and basic services, access to safe, affordable, accessible, and sustainable transport system, and in particular, addressing the vulnerable sections of society, the children, the women, the disabled, the aged, inclusive and sustainable urbanization for participating sort of government. We are looking into reducing the effect of disasters, disaster mitigation, how we handle, how is our response, and particularly to situations which we very recently faced or we are still facing in terms of the pandemic. So all these and many more. And each one of these sort of targets, though they may be set for SDG 11 in particular, they obviously have some linkages with the other SDGs. I mean, if you talk of safe drinking water and safe sanitation and hygiene for all, you cannot do it without the targets that you would have set in SDG 6 for clean water and sanitation. And similarly, if you're talking of sustainable transportation, you cannot do it without a transportation which is sort of backed by renewable energy sources. And therefore, you are again talking of affordable and clean energy, and you're talking of SDG 7. And not only that, if you're talking of the community's ability to be resilient, and particularly if you're trying to ensure that even the poorest of the poor within your community are able to sort of sustain themselves on very challenging circumstances, which we sort of mitigate when we face disasters. I think you are also indirectly hinting at SDG 1, which is no poverty, and where you are trying to make the poorer of the sections of our communities to be able to be more resilient. So overall, if you look, this is a very interconnected and interrelated systems which we are talking of when we are talking of the 17 SDGs. And since the standards which we make sort of address aspects of economy, we all know that we try to highlight what are the economic benefits of standards. When we make, we try to address issues of environment. And increasingly, standards are looked upon to address various societal issues. And so you find a very obvious link with sustainability, which has three basic pillars of environment, economy, and social. So obviously, the linkages are common, and that is what we are trying to set in course of today's initial session. We have 5 speakers. We have 4 speakers. 3 of us present here, and we would be having one who would be joining us virtually. So I think each one of us, 2 would be, yeah. So we have 5 speakers, 2 would be joining virtually, and 3 of us are here physically present. So we would sort of draw upon them to take us through with their perspectives on the various topics. I think they have a very challenging task ahead of them, because each one of these topics themselves are topics itself. I think it would be very difficult for them to address these issues in the very short period of time that we would be providing them. My request to the speakers would be to try and stick to the time schedule. We are a little behind schedule. But nonetheless, we would make good of whatever time we have. So I think with that, I will request that you can just invite the speakers, and we move on with the session.
Thank you, sir. Before going to the presentations, I would request Chairman sir to please welcome the speakers with photo. First speaker today, Dr. K. Balaraman. Next speaker, Srimati Revati Pradeep. Srimati Preeti Bhatnagar. And we welcome two speakers virtually. Thank you. Thank you, sir. The first speaker for today, Dr. K. Balaraman. Dr. Balaraman Kannan, Director General, National Institute of Wind Energy under Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, as an expert in RE integration. His expertise includes handling very large systems like Indian and several other international grid systems and complex industrial networks. His vast experience of more than 30 years that spans over 25 countries is spread across the gamut of energy systems and power systems engineering, right from planning to the real-time operation. He has published over 50 research papers in national and international journals and conferences. He is the recipient of the National Award for E-Governance, recipient of the Outstanding Engineer Award by the IEEE Power and Energy Society, and also received the British Overseas Scholarship. I request Sir to please begin the presentation. Thank you.
PPT Vishay, how is Vishay? Or sorry to.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, BAS, for inviting me for this August gathering and an important occasion on the World Standards Day. So I take the privilege to say the wind industry is the pioneers in adopting the standards and also the independent certification. And it's an important aspect of the wind industry because the safety is the paramount. Why I say the safety is paramount is the wind turbine, when I talk about today, in the 21st century, we say this is an engineering model. Why I take engineering model? Because if you say a wind turbine, the each blade today going up to say 80 meters to 100 meters, they have to be transported from the manufacturing base to the place where I have to install wind turbine. And the nacelle, that's the top of the what we have generators and the blades and the transformers, everything together. I'm going to lift at a height of 170 to 200 meters. And I'm not going to ground it on the ground, but rather I lift it at 200 meters and make it rotate. That's why we call it engineering model, where I am going to span all the kind of engineering into this wind turbine. And today, this generation from the wind has come to a stage wherein it's become very affordable and is making a competition to the conventional power plants. And today, the cost of generation from wind has dropped down to ₹2.43 in the country. In other parts of the world, it's come to less than ₹2 for onshore, and offshore is coming to between ₹4 to ₹5. And India, it will begin the journey, but we are very shortly starting the offshore. That's the context I thought of setting it here. Next slide, please. It was changing this. Okay. If you try to see the kind of a journey we have moved on, if you say renewable energy today on 13th of August, just before our 75 years of Indian independence, we crossed an important milestone of 100 gigawatts of renewable energy. So now today we stand at 101.53 gigawatts. I'm not talking the large hydro. Large hydro is also renewables. If I include large hydro, it comes to close to 147 gigawatts. So today when I talk about clean energy, particularly wind, solar, the major state, and the small hydro and the biomass, we are coming up to 101 gigawatts. And it's an important milestone we talk about. And the total installed capacity as of today is 388 gigawatts. And of course, predominantly thermal, but we are moving forward in a journey where we want to make 30% to be from the renewable energies to come. Next slide. So these are kind of a things. If you see, we are the world leaders. We are fourth in the wind energy capacity, fifth in the solar, and fifth overall in the total renewable energy capacity. And we made a tremendous progress in the last 10 years. And solar PV is phenomenal, what we can see, wherein with a less than 100 megawatts, what used to be the 10 years back, today we have close to 44,000 megawatts. And we are trying to talk about wind. It has started something around 11.8 gigawatts in 2010. Now today it stands as 39.87. So this is one area what I again want to say very clearly. Till very recently, wind was a top performer in the country. Now solar has overtaken us and moving forward pretty fast. And moving forward, if we talk about our country, we have made a commitment to the Paris Climate Agreement, where we said we'll be having the emission intensity will be reduced by 1/3. And also we try to talk about we'll be making close to around 40% of generation going to come from the renewable energy. So in the directions our Prime Minister has made in 2015, talking about 175 gigawatts by 2022, we are close to the reality and we already crossed 100 gigawatts now. And by 2030, we are trying to talk about a journey of the 450 gigawatts by 2030. That's the kind of a thing we are moving forward. So sustainability and affordability, this is what we are talking about. Presently, if I try to talk about the worldwide scenario, the solar, we are taking a thing like 1.3 cents per kilowatt hour. That's a kind of, that is close to less than 1 rupee, 1 rupee 1 rupee 10 paise is the cost. Very recently been discovered in the Abu Dhabi. And Indian context, we received 1.99 as a lowest tariff in solar PV. And in the wind, we received lowest tariff for 2.43 paise. But now it's going to be revolving around between 2 rupees 70 paise to 2 rupees 80 paise. So that's a kind of a journey. What we are trying to talk about in the past, the solar is going to be expensive or wind is going to be expensive, is no longer true. Today, we can create a microgrid. That's precisely why very recently the BAS has nominated me, because a microgrid becomes a very important milestone to move forward. So having made a chairman for 1846, we already started working on the standards. So that's going to be an important aspect of it. So this is what we are trying to talk about, the kind of a journey where it used to be between, say, started at 18 to 19 rupees of solar PV, coming down to 1 rupee 99 paise. The wind moving from, say, 4 to 5 rupees, now come back to 2 rupee 43 paise. This is a kind of affordability what we have. Next slide, please. And very important aspect here is, so please remember when I talk about energy, the energy water nexus is an important aspect here. And in this regard, when I talk about clean energy, the clean energy doesn't mean only the energy is going to be clean. Even the water requirement for the wind is absolutely almost zero. Post construction, you don't need any water for generation, even for cooling, because it's a air cooled and there's no requirement from any water. And they're free from water post commissioning of the project. While construction, yes, you need water for the foundation aspect of it, but post commissioning, you don't need water. And solar, it needs a very little water, something around 0.1 cubic meter per megawatt hour. And please compare all other generation. This is the kind of a figure is coming. What's the water requirements and what is the water consumptions? So compared to all the sources of the energy, you can see that wind and solar is coming on the bottommost. Wind is zero and solar is almost zero. That's a kind of a scenario, because that's an important. When I talk about the clean, clean doesn't mean to say that I'm going to get from there, but as I say, at the end of the day, I'm going to pollute the environment. That's not what's happening. Even the water requirement is not there. And of course, there are few challenges are there. That's specifically what you're working on. And I'll come to the next slides. So what is the important growth factor on the wind? Because today the topic is on wind, so I'll just focus on the wind, how we have made a journey on this engineering model. The standards and quality. Right from day one, the standards as an important element. And in fact, we are the, I think, only one in the field of energy where we need to have an independent certification. A wind turbine has to be certified by accredited agency, which should be independent, and it should be tested independently. So the TL has to test separately, and the TL results will be going to be taken by the certification body to give certificate. And just not alone. Even if you have a certificate, again we have a process in our ministry where we call the list of models in manufacturing, wherein again we are going to examine the document, making very clear that these turbines are safer to use in the country. So that's what we are trying to talk about, the quality and the standards part of it. And of course, the technology development and the domestic manufacturing. And third is the manufacturing base. The fourth is the extensive wind resource data. I'll come to some of the few points in there. And also we talk about the conducive policy. These are the factors which promoted India to be the fourth largest in the world. And renewable energy, we are moving a great journey. Next slide, please. So as I talk about the standards and quality, as I said, the wind turbine technology are subject to standard testing, certification, and this is the important right from day. In fact, talking about from 1990s itself, we used to have the certification process. And India is also pioneer in creating a certification scheme. We used to call it TAPS, the type approval scheme. What was there in 2002, we formulated. Now we are coming to the new part of it that will come to the later. And as I said, as engineering model, why I say very clearly is that every wind turbine contains almost more than 8,000 components. And these components are manufactured not in single locations, is the MSME sectors. So it's going to, so that's precisely why when you talk about the quality and standards, everything go to be precise because the safety is not compromised. And as I told you very clearly, the certification scheme we had in 2000, now in 2020, we already formulated, it's under discussion. We are coming out the India wind turbine certification scheme. I'll try to cover the later slides. Next slide, please. So in international perspective, the IEC is very active, and IECRE is a certification as per the IECRE scheme. So we have one scheme under IECRE, and other scheme we formulated based on Indian, because already we have DAS22 as a standard, which is going to be a certification scheme that we are trying to incorporate in the IWTCS. And if you say the solar sector, the OD 400 series is going to be for solar, and for wind is a OD 501 to 401 for the type certification, 502 for project certifications, and for other certifications we already have. Of course, there are a few other agencies also have the certificates like DNVGL and UL, but predominantly we are adopting the IEC standards for the wind. Next slide, please. So this is what I try to talk about. So we formulated, because since we are trying to talk about a journey, not onshore part of it, but of course in the offshore also. So, and very important aspect is going to be, when I'm talking about the generation, I want to be seen very clearly in the life cycle. If I talk about wind turbine, only the blade is going to be an issue for even today for us. How we are going to dispose these blades, environmentally safer. Of course, the research is going on where the adhesives and the resins we are trying to segregate based on the process, and that is going on. So otherwise, if you talk about close to 70 to 80% of the components, what is they are recyclable. So these are all mostly on steels and copper, and of course other materials, and it can easily be extracted. So to ensure that process, now we are come out with a comprehensive certification scheme where we are trying to cover about the prototyping, type certificate, the safety and performance. Then if the safety and performance after the design life is not proper, then we order for decommissioning, and the decommissioning process also be defined. And this we are based on, of course, we had a good deliberation BAS. Now, based on the deliberation BAS, we are coming out, the ministry is going to notify this as a certification scheme, so that this is one of the very few certification schemes across the world, and we are trying to cover the entire gamut of the life cycle of wind turbine. Another very important is the domestic manufacturing. The wind turbine today, close to 85% is made in India. So in the renewable sector, if you say, the wind has got a prominence, and the MSME sector has contributed immensely here. And today we have close to 10 gigawatt of manufacturing capacity for the wind turbine, and we are exporting. That's an important aspect of it. And very importantly, the quality, no compromise. And we are the lowest cost in the world, not on the quality. Again, I want to emphasize. Compared to China, the wind turbine cost of India is much cheaper compared to China. So we are outbeaten China in the wind turbine sector. The wind turbine, roughly around 5 to 10% expensive in China, whereas it's cheaper here because we have a very good robust system and supply chain management. And we have close to 50 models, right from say 250 kilowatt to presently we come up to 3.2 megawatts. And there is a type testing for 4 megawatt is going on. And internationally for offshore, we have gone up to 12 megawatts for the turbine. A 12 megawatts turbine, as I said, you is going to weigh close to around 300 tons. I'm talking purely the nacelle and generator only and the blades. That I'm going to make it to rotate at a height of 200 meters. Next slide, please. So this is another aspect of it, the resource assessment. The NIWE has been tasked for this resource assessment part of it, and both for a wind and solar. And we have close to 2,000 wind masts across the country. And again, I'm very proud to say we are the world's largest data bank of ground-based measurements. So we have measurements of the wind both in solar as well as the wind across the country, and we have a robust data. We also have the mobile app called Solarja. Next slide, please. So these are the locations where we had the solar stations, and we have close to around 125 stations across the country. Next slide, please. And not only that, we also went in for offshore segment, and we placed a LiDAR at a distance of around 25 kilometers from the shore, and we made a measurements in Gulf of Khambat in Gujarat, and now we are making a measurements in Tamil Nadu. These are the two locations where we have a prominent wind, and the potential in these two locations coming to close to 70 gigawatts. So this is another area we are venturing there, and probably, of course, presently is going to be a bit of an expensive with the offshore, but as we move forward, definitely it can be cheaper than the conventional power plants. This is what I thought of sharing you a brief perspective of it, because I know the time constraint is there. That's why I want to limit myself. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such a detailed presentation. Our next speaker is Srimati Revati Pradeep. Srimati Revati Pradeep is the manager for the Sustainable Cities and Transport Program at World Resource Institute, India. She holds a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from Kerala University and a master's degree in planning with a specialization in transport planning from the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. Currently, she is working in Delhi on the Bloomberg Initiative for Global Road Safety. She is the member secretary of the Committee for Reduction of Carbon Footprint in Road Construction and Environment at Indian Road Congress. Srimati Revati has been working in the field of transport planning since 2015. Before WRI, she worked with the Delhi Urban Arts Commission for over a year as a consultant working on city junction and street design projects. I would request ma'am to please.
Hello everyone. So I'll keep my presentation brief. It is on smart transportation and smart parking. Speaking about transportation, smart transportation, it is a combination of multiple components. Can I operate it from here?
I think they're doing from here.
Smart transportation is actually a combination of multiple components that include smart automobiles that are crash tested and equally comfortable to drive. That includes smart automobiles that are crash tested, safe, and equally comfortable to drive, and are fixed with systems of automatic brake system and electronic stability program. ESP alone can save up to 10,000 lives in India, as per the studies. And it also includes smart infrastructure such as high-speed rail and integration of waterways into our transport planning systems. Apart from this, as you all know, is also smart sustainable fuels and use of ITS. Why I put it at the end is, if you just click next, smart transportation technically is not just about ITS or technology-based solution. It is a way of efficiently solving transport-related needs and delivering to transport demands. So, briefing about the objective of smart transportation, firstly, is definitely to satisfy the needs of transport needs of people, freight, and goods while keeping it safe, reliable, convenient, efficient, and economically viable. Second is to serve the demand developed by the city. Next is to improve the efficiency of the overall transport system while not compromising on the transport services, quality of the transport service. Next is to improve the efficiency of connection between different modes. Transport integration has always been an important part of smart transportation in order to improve the seamless transfer between various modes of transfer. Last two are the most important ones. One is affordability. The next is reduction in total use of energy. while ensuring creating the transport infrastructure. Next, role of, I think by this we have understood that there is a huge role of city planning in creating smarter transport. Next, please. So, when we are planning for a city, first of all, we definitely need to identify what sort of a private transport modes are we expecting in the city in terms of cars, freight, personal transport. In all modes, what are the private modes that we expect to be plying on our city roads? Accordingly, we need to identify the public transport demand and identify what sort of a system are we planning for our city. After this, the next definitely is to identify the opportunities of modal shift and develop an integrated transport system where all the modes can coexist while ensuring there is efficient transport demand supply. Now, speaking about the components of smart transportation, it has to be demand driven, sustainable, accessible, and reliable while providing real-time problem solutions. The real-time solution for transport requirements and issues is one of the major components of smart transportation. Just to lay out a few examples of smart transportation that can be implied or implemented in our city. One is ITS-based traffic management system. This is not just limited to signal management or traffic management at junction. We can also implement this in terms of logistic management and also bus operations within the city. Next is the integrated transport. This utilizes the GPS system within the buses and other automobiles to plan an integrated system within the city. Irrespective of whether it has a metro system, bus system, or IPT system, it should be integrated. Then recently developed is the MaaS, Mobility as a Service. Mobility as a Service is a demand-driven app-based service wherein the user can book his public transport service at a fingertip and avail the services in even remote areas of the city. Next two are related to public transport, digital ticketing and journey planners. These are used now worldwide, irrespective of which city you go, irrespective of what format of public transport you have. The planning and your journey planning is right at your fingertip. Last but quite frequently used now is the smart parking solution. Looking at all these options, we have developed a smart transportation guideline. Could you please the smart communities infrastructure best practices guideline for transport solution. Next, please. This is a brief about the content. We have ensured that there is a checklist of what are the best practices, and we have also included mode-wise what are the sort of data you can collect to help the cities plan on their own what sort of a system they need to organize. Next. Moving on to smart transport allocation. So we have actually looked at how cities can plan for parking allocation. Traditionally, if you look at it, how we plan our parking is we identify a catchment area. And in this catchment area, we identify what we, next please, we mark what is the existing base supply. In this, we identify where all is the off-street parking, on-street parking, what are the activities happening, is there a bus stop, is there a vendor, what is the on-street parking supply, what is the off-street parking supply. And upon this, we rationalize on-street parking. That is, we try to remove whatever is the excess, like some sort of a double parking and, use in front of property entrance and also other issue areas of on-street parking is kind of removed and rationalized. Now, we move on to the design and creation of off-street parking. Next, please. So this is the sort of work that we try to create on ground, create designated parking spots and off-street parking as well. Last is once this is made, whatever is the excess parking, how do we handle it? How do we create a mode shift and accordingly we need to orient our next steps as an organization, as a government agency, traffic police towards creating the shift. Next, please. So there are multiple operational challenges in this sort of an operation. We just click next. So in this, we actually rely on manual counting, and the licensing fee is also restricted. Also, there is a lack of hardware infrastructure in this. This can be now replaced with technology-based solutions that are, could you please? ANPR cameras, app-based interfaces, and also even artificial intelligence systems. Next, please. So, this is where our code or guideline actually comes to play. How can a city work on parking allocation system of creating a smart parking allocation system? The system is very simple. There is a simple interaction between the base data, driver data, to allocate a parking slot for the driver as per his recommendation. So while collecting data, we first of all create a base data system that includes parking lot location and information regarding the capacity and the size of the parking and what sort of a fee structure is implemented there. Then we connect it to the driver data. That is his requirement specifics, that does he have any specific requirement in terms of a disability, what sort of a vehicle does he have, and where going, what time frame does he want to park there. Accordingly, we correlate with if at all the city wants, he can also add other factors such as accessibility of the location or the weather and allocate a parking location to the driver. Now, coming to this, next please. Right now in India, parking solutions are limited. One is mostly we use it for parking discovery. That consists of about 48%. This includes both booking as well as counting, whereas basically the driver is trying to find a parking. Next one is parking management solution. This has two sides of it. One is from a business perspective, a business or an organization uses it to internally manage this traffic. Second one is by the government, wherein they utilize analytics to identify the demand, to basically analyze the parking data and develop an algorithm that analyzes the parking data and provide a citywide parking solution. Last one is valet parking. That is very less. It contributes about 9%, and it's simple. You find out a parking slot. It is also used by the driver. Next, please. So, looking at this, currently we have very less. Also, this graph is a graphical representation of the 54 parking organizations that WRI has analyzed, and we have found that very limited interaction is there between a government and a business enterprises. Maximum, almost 37 organizations were business to business. That means a parking solution provider is interacting with a local business or a mall or some sort of that sort of interaction, while parking user was comparatively lower than that, but least utilized was parking solution or business to government interaction. These app-based development, if once taken up, can be actually scaled up at a city level to provide parking solutions. Now, talking about government solutions, we have two options. Either we can hire a private agency to do the work for the system, integrate the hardware and the cloud data to provide a app-based solution, or the government itself can develop have an in-house developer to do this work. The only decision-making criteria in this remains the data sensitivity. Either if you're going for an in-house developer, definitely the data lies with the government, and also major advantage here is that we will be able to develop an internal capacity within the organization. Could you go to next, please? So, in terms of data requirements, so while talking about data, when housed within the organization, it is very simple. The data base about parking that is created, it will be our base data or the parking lot allocation database, wherein I had already explained the parking lots, capacity, time frame will be recorded. There are two simple interactions. One is between the parking lot owner and the parking lot database in terms of what sort of authentication, in terms of security gateway, etc. The second one will be between the driver and the parking lot database. This basically, could you go to next? This is basically used to analyze the request and preference of the driver and provide him a parking service. The parking services could include the location, number of parkings available, what time frame is available, and how long can you park there, what is the charges, and what are the types of charges, can you leave it for a month, a week. That sort of an interaction can be processed through this. Next. So based on these, through the guideline, we have basically tried to put together a simple document where the city could analyze and identify what are the basic structure of data that it needs to collect, and also what is the database and the data security systems that it needs to look at when it is planning for a smart transportation system or smart parking allocation system for its own city planning. That's it from my side. Thank you very much.
I think the questions, if any one of you have, I think we will take these questions at the end of the session. After all the speakers complete their presentation, we have the question session.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable insights. Our next speaker will be joining us virtually, Dr. V.P. Sharma. Is he online? Dr. V.P. Sharma serves as Chief Scientist, Professor, Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research, and Head Human Resource at CSIR, Indian Institute of Toxicology Research, Lucknow. He is a Fellow of the Academy of Environmental Biology, India, and a member of prestigious national and international societies of repute. His area of expertise is regulatory toxicology. Since 1987, he has been at CSIR, IITR, and has contributed in significant areas: polymer toxicology, water quality monitoring, and management. He has 2 patents to his credit and is a recipient of several awards and distinctions, and a member of societies, and has been honored as a fellow in 2016 and earlier awarded BRPM Gold Medal of Academy of Environmental Biology. Dr. Sharma is also a recipient of the Healthcare Excellence Award by Indus Foundation USA during the Indo-Global Healthcare Summit at Hyderabad. I would request sir to please begin with the presentation.
Very good afternoon to each one of you. Am I audible? Am I audible to all of you? Can I get the response that am I audible at your end at BIS?
Audible.
My slides are visible and am I audible? I just want to know. Hello?
Not audible.
Am I audible?
No, not yet. You're not audible yet.
Okay, so I start. Very good afternoon to each one of you. And on this particular occasion of World Standards Day, I compliment each one of you. I congratulate for organizing this wonderful event at this particular occasion. As you see from my first slide, there is 2 important aspects.
Sharma, we can't hear you.
Okay. अब देखो आवाज नहीं आ रही। हाँ। Can you just confirm now?
On the web, it is audible.
Hello. Shivam, just I want to confirm from your end that am I audible? Hello.
Yes, you can continue.
Hello.
Yeah, you are better now.
Hello.
Your voice is better now. You can continue.
Hello. 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 Am I audible? Can you just confirm?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, yes. All right. Just the slide now. All right. When we talk about the aspect of circular economy or the aspect related to plastic and polymers, it becomes very essential to understand what is the toxicant and how we should understand about the contaminants. Toxicology, as it says, it is the dose which differentiate between a drug and a poison. And when we say about the aspects of contaminants, they may be chemical substances that have been added unintentionally to food or feed and may pose a risk to animal and human health. When we say about the celebrations, I think this would be the first feast to you on this occasion. For virtually, I am handing over these sweets to each one of you on the World Standards Day. And when we talk about this, I will be going into detail about the different type of contamination if it is there, how we can check, why the standards are needed, and as my earlier speakers have well put the tone into their particular aspect of a smart aspect, I would like to say, similarly in the area of plastic and polymers, we have the smart, innovative, active plastics. And when we talk about the standards, we have to think about how they can be the developments in the different area of plastic and polymers can be sustainable at the same time leading to the betterment of the society. So we should understand the two pictures and also understand where the intricacies are. What are SUP or single-use plastic? You might be hearing from long time that these are disposable items which may be grocery bags, food packaging, bottles, straws. And what is the problem? On one side, they may be of use. On the other side, they become an issue of concern because they are going into the environment and creating the problem to the flora and fauna. What is the reason that they are in use and why they are being demanded more and more? Because of the characteristics, varieties, variabilities, because of the personal attraction of human beings toward these and acceptance, and there is an aspect of easy to produce. But on the other side, we find that there is a fast moving consumable goods and the market scenario, in spite of all restrictions, the prohibitions at the global level, we are finding the market scenario is continuously growing. Why? Because there is a logistic aspect, economical aspects. So as an environmentalist, we are concerned, but when we come to the user point of view, we cherish it and we say this should be more and more developments. So now globally, the countries are now struggling whether there are which compounds, which monomers, and which type of additives like the plasticizer, stabilizers, colorants, they become a problem. So we have to understand when we say about the few specific plastic or 15 plastics which are being categorized under the different categories, that what these are creating a problem to the issue and interfering aspects into the sustainable development. As you see these figures, intentionally I have chosen to show you the figures as well as our statements so that you understand on one side that the child is or the mothers, they are exposed to the different type of recycling or the process of segregation, collection of the garbage, and then sorting out the plastic and materials. So as an environmentalist, we can find the good pictures and other thing, and we say no to single-use plastic. You may ask why? What is the reason when the persons are demanding it higher and higher? I would like to say that you have to think about, first of all, why the standards are needed and why we should have the restrictions, where and what and to what quantum. Here I would like to tell you that standards are the integrity of our life. The ethics, standards, principle, ideologies, moral values, they go hand in hand. There is a close coordination between all these terms. So when we say about the BIS different aspects of the different divisions, we are proud to say that Bureau of Indian Standards is a leading organization going into the details about the standards, whether it is with the coordination with the international different bodies like European Union, FDA, FAO, ASTM, ISO, and IEC and others. We find when we take the example of plastic and polymers, we have the issues of recycling, recovering at the gold level now. fortunately today is Ram Navami, and during this festive season, you find lot of persons go for purchasing and other thing. And when they go to purchase the gold, they always see for the hallmark. Hallmark has made a reputation of its own. And why this hallmark is just not a symbol, but it is a great thing. It gives a confidence, it gives a better understanding to each one of us. When we see to the plastic aspect, we find, as I said earlier, there is a issue of how much time it needs. When we compare with the orange peels, wool rocks, cigarette butts, and when we see about the plastic bags, they may take 10 to 20 years, 30 to 40 years, 100 years, in some cases 450 years. There is the issue coming up of microplastics. And this is not an issue only of India or at one particular region, but this is an issue at the global level. When we talk about the WHO, FAO, Codex Alimentarius and others, we find that on one side we are concerned. On the other side, we are making substitutes. Fortunately, plastic industry is also very dynamic. It is changing, and the degradable polymers, the bioplastics, how we can use the different type of materials so that we can have an effective plastic management, that is being thought of and actions are being taken. But they are not 100% sufficient. So in the recent aspect, the rules which have been amended, which is said as plastic waste management rules, because of the lack of time, I'm not going into the details, but I would like to focus that there is an aspect of the extended producer responsibility. There is an aspect of certain specific materials. And the third aspect is how we can really control it. So these wonderful pictures look like there is a pathway, there is a roadmap, and in some of the cases it is not always negative. But we find that many of the organizations, many of the environmentalists, many of the entrepreneurs and the technologies, they are going for the aspect of roads from plastic waste, tiles, pavements, developing parks, making a good picture, at the same time giving a material which can be environmental friendly and socially acceptable. For example, the packaging of the future, even you might have heard about the water, how I can have the water which you can eat. And this is the figure, this is the idea, these are the novelties. And it is not always negative. We are thinking about how we can have the usage of the multiple bio-based material and developing a material which is degradable, which is compliant to our international guidelines, and which can provide alternatives to our plastic hardcore materials. But we have to be very much concerned about the other organisms, and we have to think about what are those materials. Because this is a material which is going not only in one sector, it is into the aviation, the defense, the day-to-day infrastructure, but the issue relies with the life cycle. And I want to say here, there are aspects of multiple emerging contaminants like bisphenol A, endocrine disrupting chemicals, the phthalic acid esters, PBDs. A lot of research has been done, and whatever I am saying just in simple words, the voluminous literature is available, and thus we have to think about how and what can be done. The aspect lies between the stakeholders, regulators, judiciary persons, and we have to think what is the effect on the environment. Is it only the environment, or it is because of the climatic changes? If we do the landfilling, what are the issues? If they are choking the different sewers and other things, or even at the ocean, how much amount of microplastic a region has reached, and can it be trapped? Is it visible? So the pollution is being easy, but it is very difficult to trap and understand the realities of it, and we have to really follow what are the international guidelines. India is not one country as such. Now we have to think about at the global perspective, whether we are thinking for beverages, detergents, cosmetics, regulations, pharma products, even other different agriculture materials. So on this particular day of World Standards Day, I would like to say that we are in close coordination with the different agencies like ASTM, ISO, IEC, ITU, IETF, and the different pharmacopoeias and others, including there is a great significant contribution in India of Indian Pharmacopoeia and also of the Bureau of Indian Standards. So we have to think about the circle of life and the different aspects. And this takes me to the aspect of specification stand relevant, how they are in the present times. They are very, very effective, and it is not limited to just segregation and recycling, but it goes a long way. Because of the lack of time, I am again emphasizing that it is important to understand the quality and the quantity in the different perspective and the different guidelines which have come up in the different areas, whether it is the energy sector, with the agriculture sector and others. We have to understand that it helps in the good health, safety, energy management, effective aspects of the infrastructure and IT. अगर हम इस बात को ये भी समझें कि क्या ये कोई नई बात है, क्या इसको चिंतकों ने, हमारे यहाँ के जो पर्यावरणविद हैं, उन्होंने इसके बारे में नहीं सोचा। इनके बारे में बहुत ज्यादा सोचा गया है, योजनाएं बनी हैं, कार्यक्रम बने हैं, अधिनियम है, नियम है। लेकिन मेरा ये कहना है, मेरी ये गुजारिश है, मेरा ये विनम्र निवेदन है कि जब हम वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट की बात करते हैं तो हमें अपने निजी स्तर से शुरू करना पड़ेगा। वी विल हैव टू स्टार्ट फ्रॉम आवर होम एंड वी हैव टू गो एट द नेशनल लेवल, एट द ग्लोबल लेवल, how we can solve all this. What is the waste? The waste of one person may be a important asset or a wealth for the other. And can we convert the waste into wealth? So we have to understand how we can take the negative into positivity and the positivity to further excellence. And we have to see that our oceans, our beaches, which are at present very, very overburdened with the different plastic aspect, plastic residues, plastic materials. Whether in the case of the COVID situation, we have seen the wonderful part of our personal protective equipment. But the another picture is that globally, the load of these type of materials has increased. So will you say that was it essential? Answer was yes. Is it necessary to cover the food material and others through the clings? Yes. But is it always, or it is 100% necessary? Answer will be no. Because you can safeguard, you can reduce the use of the single-use plastic. There are different alternatives in this direction. And when we see to the compliances to the NGT and others, we have to understand what is impacting on our different organisms, the ecosystem, the flora, fauna, and what is the level of the compliance. Here I have just highlighted few of the publications just to give an insight to you that during the COVID situation, the disposable behavior of mask, the aspect of pandemic, the safety of food. So on safety of food, I will say it was very good that we were taking the precautions. But on the other side, we have to understand how this has severely affected our environment. So we have to think in a holistic manner, and we have to also understand not only on the aspect of a matured person, from the example of the bisphenol A and the phthalates going into the system of a small child because of the teethers, the uses of the plastic material. We have to understand that the heavy metals, the phthalates, they are affecting the child only from the early childhood because they are being exposed and they have a tendency to put everything in mouth. So the behavior of a child, behavior of a very, very grown-up person, we should understand. And can we solve this issue through the use of the recycled plastic, degradable plastic? Many of the industries, many of the entrepreneurs, they say their product is degradable. But when we go for the testing, when we see for the certification, their commitment, answer is there is a big question mark because we don't find 100% compliance to the standard. So as a persons who are involved today into the standards, formulation, review, upgradation, holistic approaches of writing, editing and other things, मुझे आवश्यकता हो जा रही है कि मैं कहूँ कि वर्ल्ड स्टैंडर्ड्स डे पर, विश्व मानक दिवस पर, कि हम मानकों को सही रूप में बनाएं और बनाने के साथ उसका पालन करें। और केवल अक्षरशः पालन की बात नहीं है, बल्कि उसको हमें दिल तक अपने संवारना पड़ेगा, संभालना पड़ेगा, मानक को के अनुरूप हमें कार्य करने पड़ेंगे। When I'm intentionally bilingual because I want to say that this should go to the heart, this should go into the spirits, and this should become a practical in the different aspects where it should be implementable. And when we say about the QMS, quality management system, is not just a body of rules, operating procedures framed by an organization for quality and correctness, but it is having a wider approach in our health, in our thought process, in our environmental safety. And there is a keywords which I say again from the point of view of QMS or for the standards, the planning, performing, monitoring, recording, archiving, and reporting, which is the important integrity of good laboratory practices or NABL compliant laboratory. This becomes also in GCP, GMP, and others. So good manufacturing practices, good clinical practices, they also look forward for the standards. And who are the standards formulators? It is you and we and general. Or we have to think about not only of one policy, but how we can have the different type of policy, manuals, procedures, work instructions, because this is just one example again to highlight about the standard of 17025, which is for the set of testing and calibration laboratories. But it goes a wider perspective when we go for the medical aspect, IS 15189. When we think about the drinking water, it is IS 10500. It is IS 13428, IS 14543, which is for the packaged water, mineral water, and others. Many of the times when I have asked on the different platforms, each one of us are consuming water, but are they aware about the standards? Who make them? Many of the common man are still unaware. So the awareness is a continuous feature. And what I want to see, the compliances and the quality, it has to go hand in hand, whether it is for GCP, GMP, GLP, and others. And the audit, whether it is an internal audit or external audit, when we say from the perspective of the assurance, we have to see that it is assured at all level, not only at training or formulation or the standardization and validation, but it goes in the aspects of the certification. When we use the word R, I am going into the details of reproducibility, robustness, repeatability, recovery of data. And when we think about the sustainable aspect, we think about recycle, reduce, redefine, and others. But our result will be very, very comprehensive when we are meeting all these requirements. So safety and regulatory claims is not only for our advertisement branding, but they have to be verified. And the risk potential, risk management, decision making, all these processes are closely observing for the standards. When we think about the medical perspective, now I was telling about the negative points of plastic, but there are several good points of the medical aspects of plastics, because when we go for the lenses, when we go for the cataract and glaucoma operations or for the heart or cardiac operations, we find the different healthcare items like stents, syringes, transfusions, masks, disposables, they are saving our health. So we always can't say that all these materials are 100%, they should be thrown away, but they should be disposed in a rightful manner, in a systematic manner. And if the efforts can be toward the minimization, that is the desire. So it is have to be thought in a different perspective. I would like to say that it is like a mirror which can give a great choice, a great variability, and we have to think about how we can have the plus and negative points. In Hindi couplet, there is about the perception, जिसको हम कह सकते हैं आंखों के द्वारा, निगाहों से निगाहें मिले और कसम टूट जाए तो हम क्या करें. और दूसरा है कि इन्हीं आंखों से हम ये देख सकते हैं कि क्या अच्छा और क्या बुरा. इन्हीं आंखों में अगर हम एक्वस ह्यूमर और विट्रस ह्यूमर की बात करते हैं, लेंसेज की बात करते हैं और मटेरियल की बात करते हैं, तो मोस्ट ऑफ द आइटम इज प्लास्टिक एंड पॉलीमर. But we have to think about that I want a vision, I want good vision, and what I want is to have a yardstick for good quality and other things. Where we have to think about, it is not only in the delivery system of drugs, it is not only in the designing, but we have to think about from our basic infrastructure to application. But at the same time, we have to think over that we should not harm to the environment. We should not just use the overuse of single-use plastics, and indiscriminate disposal is a big issue. I'm again and again emphasizing on the plus and negative points, and you have to think about where can be the zero effects, what is the defect, how it is occurring, why it is occurring, and can it be minimized. And is the defect in the system or is it in the body or in the thought process? So we have to understand about the applicability of it. And we have to see in the materials, like for example, the baby feeding bottle, for which Bureau of Indian Standards has remarkably taken a very, very critical step, and IS 14635, we have had a different round of discussions about the BPA free, the phthalates, the packaging, and the different components, and the different experts like Dr. Nayak, Dr. NC Shah, Dr. Biswas, and others. They have highlighted, I would say, the total team of Bureau of Indian Standard, FSSI, the ISO personals at the global level when we were going for the ISO TC meetings and others. So it is not just one man, one group, one man country. It is at the global level. So on this particular occasion of World Standards Day, it becomes more genuine that we have to have a win-win situation and how we can have a better quality. When we think about the lenses, the beautiful eyes, we have to see that what these eyes are. If we minus the eyes, our whole beauty of the total body is lost. So we have to understand what are the intricacies in these soft lenses, what is this polymethyl methacrylate, what is this soft tissue, and again, the strategy for the good development at the aspects of quality, whether it is we are concerning with one aspect of the guideline, ISO guideline, or the others. So when we talk about the OECD and the GLP norms, they are global. The mutual acceptance of data is very, very important. And when we go for the accreditation and certification, all this becomes important. So it is not only the just simple QMS, but I will again emphasize no documentation means no work done. So what we emphasize at different platforms, that everything should be well documented, well rehearsed, well photographed, and put into the archive so that the future generation can take the benefit of all the efforts. And these efforts focus on what, how, and are they really evidence linked. So with these, I can come to the aspect that is it just a habit, or it should convert into a habit, or it is just objective. The goal may not be limited to sales. It may be development of a personality, the spirituality. If I see the physiology and psychology, we have to see that it needs much more than that. It is not just a sailing boat on one occasion, but we have to think about at the global that how we can have years, the centuries for a betterment. We have to think about for the future generation, and we have to protect our environment. And again, we should not be very, very concerned about only just one aspect of our marketing or branding or usage, but we have to think. So again, I come to the aspect that we have to reduce the use of the plastic wherever feasible and to whatever extent it is feasible, because this will be beneficial to the not only to the present generation, but all the future generations. And we have to take up the advantage of other artificial intelligence, big data, the technological innovations, the information systems, so of the IT fields, how we can go for the betterment of the situations like COVID. There might be other diseases coming in all the years in next 2 decades. So we should be ready for all that. It is not just limiting, but how we can have a better combinations, adherence to these facts, and understanding of the mechanisms, the psychology and the philosophy of this. And it is not just for the drug delivery, like for insulin I have highlighted here, but I would like to say that we need the training at the different aspects, awareness of the different levels, from the initial stage to the final, writing of the patent, going for the development of the new technologies, and understanding at a cost-effective manner. This can lead to me reliability, satisfaction, services sector, guarantee to the betterment, the specification and standards which are meeting to the demands of the nation and meeting the demands of the global level. And this can take us to the aspect of all quality at all level. Ensure commitment for a better vision, better mission of each one of us with continuous improvement and understanding our each individual roles as a collective member, as a collective team member, as an individual, and at a national level. So this, as it was said in the morning by the minister as well as the other August speakers, that we have to think about at Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We have to understand how these our standards will really lead to a better understanding and to the compliances. तो बेहतर विश्व हेतु हमें साझा दृष्टिकोण की जब बात है तो हमें दृष्टि पे फोकस करना है, हमें ये सतत विकास की बात सोचनी है और विकास के लिए हमें निरंतर अपने जो भी अनुभव हैं उनको फायदा उठाना है एक दूसरे के लिए और अपनी सारी संस्थाएं जो स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्मुलेशन में इन्वॉल्व हैं, जैसे कि मैंने यहाँ पर कुछ का नाम मेंशन किया है कि कोडेक्स एलिमेंटरिस हो, आईएसओ की डिफरेंट गाइडलाइंस हैं, एएसटीएम की है, ईपीए है, यूरोपियन यूनियन है और डब्ल्यूएचओ, एफएओ, हमें कैसे एक दूसरे का हाथ लेके साथ लेकर हम डिफरेंट मॉडल्स ले सकते हैं, कैजन, सिक्स सिग्मा, एक्सीलेंस मॉडल। तो मैं अपनी बात केवल यहीं तक नहीं सीमित करूंगा, बल्कि मैं ये कहूंगा कि हम डिफरेंट जो इम्प्रूवमेंट के टेक्निक्स हैं उनको हम कैसे शामिल कर सकते हैं अपने मानकों में, और मानकों को हम कैसे विश्व स्तर तक पहुंचा सकते हैं, जहां पर हमें कस्टमर सेटिस्फेक्शन, क्रेडिबिलिटी, कंसिस्टेंसी, एविडेंस बेस्ड लिंकेजेस चाहिए, प्रूफ चाहिए, सक्सेस चाहिए। किस लिए? क्यों? रेगुलेशंस के लिए, यूनिवर्सलिटी के लिए। हमारा जो भोजन है वो भी स्वच्छ हो, शुद्ध हो और उसमें हम अपने स्टैंडर्ड्स को भली भांति अपना पाएं, पालन कर पाएं और अपने आप में एक कॉन्फिडेंस हो कि हमने ISO 22000 कॉम्प्लायंट लेबोरेटरीज या उन फैसिलिटीज का हमने भोजन किया, उस आचार विचार से हम रहे जिससे हम अपने मानकों को, केवल निजी मानकों को नहीं, केवल लिखे हुए मानकों को नहीं, लेकिन मानकों को हम सही मानक के रूप में वो आगे बढ़ाते चलें। और जिस उपलक्ष्य में, जिस दौरान में ये कार्यक्रम है, मैं फिर पुनः ये कहूंगा कि हमें सत्य की विजय की बात है, और सत्य की विजय जब हम ढूंढते हैं तो हमें मानक भी याद आते हैं, और जब मानक को हम खोलते हैं, देखते हैं, अध्ययन करते हैं, तो हमें ये लगता है कि उसमें कहीं कमी तो नहीं, वो कमी तो नहीं रही, लेकिन हमारे पालन में कहाँ कमी है। तो हमें देखना पड़ेगा, समझना पड़ेगा कि क्या ये हैजार्ड मिनिमाइजेशन की तरफ है, क्या हमारे रिस्क मैनेजमेंट की तरफ है, क्या हमें सुरक्षा प्रदान करने के लिए, क्या हमें आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हैं, और इन आगे बढ़ाने के साथ साथ क्या हमारा दायित्व क्या है, हमारी जिम्मेदारियां क्या हैं आज की परिस्थितियों में, हमारे उन जीवों के लिए जो हमसे बोल नहीं सकते, कह नहीं सकते, लेकिन पानी में है, हवा में है, और वो अपेक्षा कर रहे हैं कि ये पढ़ा लिखा समाज, ये बुद्धिमान समाज, ये हमें अपने उन तत्वों से अग्रसित ना कर दे जो कि टॉक्सिक हों, जो विषैले हों, जो वो तत्व हों जो हमारे लिए जिंदा रहने के लिए, हमारी आवाज के लिए, कभी कभी एक चिड़िया ये कह सकती है कि आज हम बोलना बंद कर चुके क्योंकि वो हमने वो चीज खाई, वो हवा ली, और जिससे कि हमारा जो वोकल कॉर्ड है वो तक अफेक्टेड हो गई। तो मुझे ये सोचने में, ये कहने में कोई संकोच नहीं है कि हम ये कहें कि हमारे मानक निरंतर बढ़िया होते चले, चाहे वो 14,000 की बात हो, 18,000 की बात हो या और मानकों की। तो ये मानक हैं और मानकों का आदर करना हमारा कर्तव्य है। मैं जब कोड की बात करता हूँ, लॉ की बात करता हूँ, स्पेसिफिकेशंस की बात करता हूँ, क्लॉजेस की बात करता हूँ, और जब हम चेकलिस्ट देखते हैं, जब हम ऑडिट करने जाते हैं तो हमारा लक्ष्य दूसरा होता है, जब हम ऑडिटी होते हैं तो हमारी सिचुएशन अलग होती है। प्रोडक्टिविटी एंड एफिशिएंसी कैन बी अचीव्ड ओनली स्टेप बाय स्टेप विद सस्टेन्ड हार्ड वर्क, relentless attention to details and insistence to the highest standard of quality and performance। और जब हम इन पुस्तकों को देखते हैं तो हम ये कहते हैं ये पुस्तक है कि मानक है, ये चश्मा है कि इसकी जो टेस्टिंग है, जो इसकी गाइडलाइन है, जो इसका पावर है, क्या वो पावर सही तरीके से डिटरमिन है, किसने डिटरमिन किया, कहाँ डिटरमिन हुआ। वो अगर हम हॉस्पिटल्स में जाते हैं तो हम ये देखना चाहते हैं, समझना चाहते हैं, लैब्स में जाते हैं तो हम ये बार बार ये ढूंढते हैं कि क्या ये मानकों के अनुरूप है, और ये केवल दिखाने के लिए तो नहीं है, उसका पालन भी किया गया है कि नहीं। तो इस तरीके से मैं आप सब लोगों के सतत विकास के लिए, सतत संबंध के लिए, सहयोग के लिए अपेक्षा करता हूं। और ये जो बिल्डिंगें हैं, आप जो एक भारतीय मानक ब्यूरो जिसपे झंडा ऊपर लहर रहा है और ये दिखाता है, समझाता है, कहता है कि हम भारतीय मानक ब्यूरो, हम आपके प्रतिनिधि हैं, अपने प्रतिनिधि हैं, और हम एक विश्व में एक अलग पहचान बनाए हुए हैं। मैं ये चाहूंगा कि ये और हमारे मानक से रिलेटेड और संस्थाएं, चाहे FSSAI हो, यूरोपियन यूनियन हो, WHO हो, अदर्स, मैं इन सब, ये उगते हुए पेड़, ये बड़े हुए पेड़, ये हाथों में पेड़ नहीं, बल्कि वो मृदा, वो पानी, वो हवा इतनी सुंदर हो, अच्छी हो कि हम उज्जवल भविष्य की कामना केवल अपने बच्चों की नहीं करें, इन पौधों की, इन प्राणियों की, in वो organisms which are in the water, in the aquatic body, marine life, जहां हम बीचेस की बात करते हैं, मुझे बार बार दुख होता है हमें और आपको जब हम नदी के किनारे जाते हैं, बीचेस पर जाते हैं, समुद्र के किनारे, जहां पर प्लास्टिक का ढेर, जहां पर वो प्लास्टिक जो आज 100 साल 200 साल अपना कर्तव्य करके आज भी विघटित नहीं हुई है और हमारे लिए एक समस्या बनी है। मैं चाहूंगा कि इन शब्दों के साथ मैं वाणी को विराम दूं और आप सब लोगों को इस अवसर पर बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और उज्जवल भविष्य के साथ साथ जो आने वाले पर्व हैं, दीप और दीपावली के समय में मैं दीप की बात करता हूं, ज्ञान की बात करता हूं और मैं कहूंगा कि हम सब लोग, आप सब लोगों के सहयोग से आगे निरंतर बढ़ते चलें और हमारी ये संस्थाएं जो इस अच्छे कार्य में लगी हैं वो निरंतर बढ़ती चलें। आप सब लोगों को सादर प्रणाम और जो त्रुटियां हैं वो मेरी हैं, जो सारी सफलताएं हैं वो आपकी हैं। निगाहों से निगाहें मिले और कसम टूट जाए तो हम क्या करें। इन निगाहों में बहुत जोर है, इन निगाहों में वो बात है, इन निगाहों में वो असर है कि ये दुनिया को प्यार भी बांट सकती हैं, कुछ गुमराह भी कर सकती हैं, कभी आशिकी भी हो सकती है और कभी इनसे हम बहुत कुछ संदेश ये भेज सकते हैं कि इसको इतना न तड़पाना, इस पर्यावरण को शुद्ध रखना, समझाना, समझना और करना। जब तक बिका ना था कोई मोल ना था, आपने खरीद कर अनमोल कर दिया। मैं ये कहूंगा कि ये जो पर्यावरण है ये हमारा और आपका है। ये मानक केवल 200, 400, 1000 रुपए के नहीं है, ये मानक मानक हैं और मानक में मान छिपा है। मानकों का मान बनाए रखिए। आप सब लोगों को सादर प्रणाम। धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Presentation on single-use plastics.
I hope everyone enjoyed this deliberation and can I have some feedback if there are some questions I would like to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker will also be joining us virtually, Sri Veera Venkata Atmakuri. Sri Veera Venkata Atmakuri is an award-winning design and innovation leader with 22
Now,
years.
can I have the word from the organizer of Bureau of Indian Standard? And can I put it off now? If there are any questions, I would like to answer.
At the end of the session.
Hello.
We will be taking up the questions at the end of the session, after all the speakers complete their presentations.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Perfect. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. So
Yeah,
please continue.
The next speaker is Sri Veera Venkata Atmakuri. He is an award-winning design and innovation leader with 22 years of successful track record in establishing and driving high-performing collaborative teams in design, innovation, R&D, and product management. He is currently working for Siemens as head of Experience Design Research Group. Along with his team, he has designed and delivered design solutions for one of the world's largest cloud-based IoT infrastructure projects, Expo 2020 Dubai. His vision is to make technology work for humans, and his expertise is in digitalization, design innovation for Industry 4.0, IoT, and other industrial design solutions. I would request her to begin with this presentation.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone, and thanks very much for giving this opportunity. So today, on the eve of Global Standards Day, I'm very happy to share one of the human impacting infrastructure projects where we talk about smart cities and how the ICT, information and communication technologies, has really came into action and impacted and benefited the mankind. Specifically in the areas of cutting edge new generation technologies. And this is where we can see how the technology is really helping and driving the human needs and how it is enabling and empowering the human race. So today, what I'm going to talk about is one of the projects which I hope you might have come across in the media, which is Expo 2020 Dubai, where India also had one of the prestigious stalls over there. And what you see in the backdrop is the aerial view of the site and how this is being done. Yeah. Expo is a quite big project, and to start with some information, some statistics I would like to give about. So Expo is planned for 6 months, and it is spread across 4.38 square kilometers, and it is completely built on the sand in the desert. And the participating countries are around 190 countries, and India is also one of the prime participant over there. And we at Siemens, we are the premium partners in setting up the infrastructure and so on. So from the starting of the Expo project, I think around 100 years ago, Siemens is a part of that and providing in different and contributing in different aspects. And this is the first time ever the Expo site itself, or the Expo infrastructure, the building infrastructure, the mobility, and all this infrastructure where Siemens is contributing immensely, and the whole infrastructure will be running on Siemens systems. So finally, I'm going to touch upon various aspects of Indian standards on smart cities and how those things are impacting our part of the world. Yeah? So primarily, Expo is made up of 3 sections. One is on the left-hand side. You see it looks like a butterfly with 3 wings. On the left-hand side, that wing is called as a mobility wing, where it is basically unlocks the potential of a people and communication. And on the right-hand side, the opportunity area, where our Siemens, our Indian pavilion is there. And on the screen at the bottom, you see this is the sustainability aspect. And what you see, this round picture, this is called the sustainability zero net building, where Dubai Expo is showcasing this as the most sustainable building on earth through all the handling, all the KPI at a global level. So one of the prime mottos of this particular project is to ensure the safety and security, and to provide the improved quality of life, and definitely to have a very sustainable effect on the environment and on the ecosystem where we live, and how to come back, or how to develop a resilience approach through the project. So this is what it is. So to come back to the fundamental aspects of smart cities, or the cities, or sustainable smart cities, as you see on the screen, there are about 4 blocks, I would say, we can split into. On the extreme left, we can call it as an existing city, where we have our own infrastructure, maybe water, drainage, waste management, electricity, all the utilities, what we talk about. And the second aspect is on such a system, if you deploy some of the tools and techniques, and that would be called as a digital city, and how a smart city could be through guidelines and through human intervention, how the smart city can be cherished. And at the end of the day, sustainable smart cities, which is how it's a bidirectional equity at all the stakeholders across the portfolio, as one of the previous members already mentioned. This is where the equity-based goals are prevailing, and that's how it is. And I'm very happy to share that the Bureau of Indian Standards, whatever the standards for Indian smart city has been defined, as primarily falling in the extreme last right and the most sustainable smart cities. To start with, what are the typical challenges what we have today on the city is, on the left-hand side, what we have, air quality is a big issue, water quality is a big issue, public transport, so you name, healthcare, every aspect of human dependency, there are a typical traditional challenges that the humankind is facing. And how we can do that? Through leveraging the technologies. And what you see in this screen is primarily, I would say, on a physical entity, by deploying three different types of layers. What is at the lowest level, we are talking about a ground level layer, and then surface level, vertical, and then digital layer. And everything to be connected to the cloud, where the data exchange and very intuitively, so that we can leverage the benefits of the technology. And ultimately, to figure out the complexity of that, on extreme left, what you see is asset monitoring, how to manage and maintain the health and condition of the deployed assets. What we have, it could be a simple water tap or electrical meter, for example, to on the right, extreme right, how to connect all the citizens who are the end consumers or the stakeholders of the smart city, how to connect them and get those people into the system with the help of standardizing bodies like BIS and also the government organizations, the system integrators, all other stakeholders who are a part of that. And at the bottom, what you see is how to create or how to leverage technologies like AI, ML, or XR for that matter, and other aspects in that. Yeah. And now the question is, we do have a lot of physically deployed systems for quite some time, right? In terms of resource utilization and so on. But the question is how, or what is the right way, or what is the most optimal way that we can connect these physical world with a digital world, what we would like to deploy on that. So on this Expo project, I would say, when you talk about a smart city, from the extreme right, we have some sort of digital grids we are going to deploy. On that digital grids, how they are integrated with the built-in networks. And then finally to urban mobility, how the end-to-end connectivity and last mile connectivity, how the integration can be happened. And finally, how to manage the quality of the smart city overall. So what you see at the bottom of the picture is all the infrastructure which is there and different systems which are being interconnected, and how various systems, for example, Siemens can help out in this. And in the center, what you see on the center top, that is a MindSphere, which is basically a MindSphere, which is a open IoT operating system, which is developed by Siemens and which has been deployed at Expo project. And at a IoT level, platform level, this is a bit, I don't want to overwhelm you, but I would like to show the complexity and the immense IoT deployment in terms of platform, how a IoT platform can really change or integrate by onboarding all the required utilities, which is listed down at the bottom, which are fire, public transport, and non-fire, how it is being connected to various infrastructure elements like buildings, energies, mobility, and all that stuff, and how the IoT platform is coming into the picture in terms of providing different services and finally uploading into the clouds, whether it could be a native cloud, it could be on-premise, or it could be a public cloud. And on the extreme right, we can see how different third-party integrations can be helpful. So multiple vendors and multiple integrations and multiple subject matter experts and other research organizations of government, how they can be included in that, and so that we can achieve this goal. And from a data layer perspective, how this picture shows a very simple thing. On the extreme left, we talk about, it talks about the different deployed data generation, which is basically a sensors, enterprises systems, automation systems, factories, and so on. And how that the data coming from that is get integrated in the second vertical, and then how that is stored and analyzed. And finally, on the extreme right, how the other consumer system, like for example, a citizen like me and you, how and what it mean to us when it from the data, what it is coming from these sources, and how to integrate that and so on. That is over there in the extreme right. And on the cloud front, what you see at the bottom is there are different protocols, which are standards, of course. On the extreme right, we have, it starts with OPC, Semantic, LoRaWAN, Bluetooth, you name any global standards which are available. And the next is the collecting devices and the different types of plans and setups, and then different types of sensors and so on. The engagement goes at the bottom level. And then the next level, it is the using Edge, how you can create something like a third-party edge platform, and then you can engage them, and how the MindSphere can collect all this data and then churn the data and then provide a meaningful application out of that and then upload it to the relevant system. And these are some of the use cases that Siemens was involved in to realize on a different verticals. I would say from a sustainable, maybe let me take the laser pointer. Yeah. So the waste management system, for example, or environmental monitoring, ecology, and the different aspects, even irrigation. There are different use cases where Siemens was involved in. All these things are highlighted over here. Drone system, video surveillance, building monitoring, HVAC systems, any infrastructure related thing can be done that. But the biggest challenge here, it is the way in which today, on today's terminology, the data is called as a new oil, right? As the oil can be found in different qualities and grades, similarly, the data can also be found in a different qualities and grades. For example, data can be structured, unstructured, or semi-structured. Now the question is, when these all the types of data which is coming from multiple sources, how or what is the way to sanitize or clean the data and make it useful so that it can be really consumed in a meaningful way. This is what actually this MindSphere is doing. That it is trying to collect the data through connecting, to transferring, to predicting and analyzing all those things, and then providing a meaningful sense in the optimized way. Coming back to the expo itself, this is what is the whole site is all about. This is the aerial view, and on the left, extreme left, you see the curved lines. They are basically the metro lines which has been developed. And here, which is not in the picture, but this is the residential apartments. This is the let me say some conferences halls, and these are the pavilions, and this is all the parking slots, which is about 30,000 parking slots, and each one can be monitored and can managed and so on, and so on. And one other thing, what you see here is the screenshot of the application what Siemens has developed, and this is what from a let me say control or monitoring standpoint, I as an operator or a let me say a CEO or the Prince of Dubai who could be able to actually have control using a simple mobile or handheld device, what you're holding in a simple. So no need to go to the traditional control room mechanisms, but rather wherever, whenever you want to have the data, live data can be fetched and available. And on the bottom of the screen, what you see, this is the Falcon Eye view, which is going in conjunction with the culture and other use cases like energy, water, and so on. So basically these, we are highlighting the specifically KPIs, which are basically related to the sustainability aspect. So in this screen, what you see is these are the activities, and that physical setup, how it can be transformed and how it can be provided to a consumer like me this is what you see is a 3D model which is being generated. That means the whole site is being generated in the 3D model using a BMI systems, building information modeling, and so on, that is uploaded in the system, and on your device you can fetch that those details and so on. And these are the different KPIs what you talk about in this screen, for example, at which building, at what level, the different energy consumptions, and in this case it is water consumptions, for example, what is the waste it is generating. And by the way, one more important thing here is I would like to bring to which is more relevant for maybe a country like India, is a smart bin system. So the whole expo is being filled with smart bins, where the bin itself will intimate what is the level of fulfillment it is, whether it is complete, and how long it is not cleared, and so on. And this is what the information on your dashboard itself, you can do that. Similarly, this is the amount of noise levels, for example, right? What is the air quality? What is the noise level? And this is the traditional, bar charts and so on. So what you see on the screen right now, whether this system or this system, here in Bangalore, me and my team or our team has created this whole conceptually, and we have done a lot of research and innovation in bringing this one. And I'm really, really proud that Siemens Technology Bangalore was the entity in providing such detailed information. This, for example, is irrigation and so on. Yeah. And coming back to the analytics portfolio. So this is at a very, very high level. What you see on the extreme left is the democratized data analytics and the core, the integrator, which is the MindSphere services. And on the right side, you see the edge, cloud-enabled edge devices. And at the bottom, you see all the different SaaS services what are available through various edge enablers. And primarily, if you read the bold letters, on the left-hand side, it is connected monitor. So main intention of, or let me say the main the hold or a control what for a operator or for a utility or a government organization or a municipality is to connect and monitor the existing infrastructure or utility business. That is where it starts with, and then analyzing that data and then transforming and optimizing the data, and then finally providing a digital journey for both, for the, let me say, a municipal worker to the municipality head to a citizen to the government organization. So all the stakeholders bringing that is very, very crucial, and we could able to demonstrate that over here. And that is where the significance of standards comes into the picture, because there could be a million ways to do that, but is where the standards is the one which really helps us to do that. And the point is, when we talk about the digital journey, what is the level of maturity we are talking about? We all come from different streams and different backgrounds. So we have immense different varied varieties of data maturity or digital maturities. And this is how on a digital transformation, how the value is created for each stakeholder, whether you are an integrator or a government organization or a citizen at the end of the day. Through Industry 4.0 connected devices, how different verticals can be achieved for conditioning and monitoring and for the analyzing and perfect prediction, and then digitize and then transform at the end of the day the benefits to the consumers. And coming to the Bureau of Indian Standards, and I'm very happy to represent Siemens, that Siemens also were a part of this program to initially to help and work with other stakeholders, where we have where the Bureau of Indian Standards in conjunction with Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs would defined 10 standards for smart cities, and which primarily covering all the aspects like ICTs, data association, how to handle the data, what are the different IoT devices, what are the protocols that need to be done, what is the governance aspects, and so on. Instead of shelling it out, they have kept a very nicely, beautifully crafted protocols and standards, which I would believe it is an open and it is growing up and so on. And these are the list of those standards. What you see on the screen, the blue text is basically the definition. For example, the first one defines the reference architecture, which is basically gives a reference architecture and model for communication ICT technologies, for example. Like that, there are different protocols. And falling back, as we all know that UN's Sustainability Development Goals 2030, out of the 17 goals, the one which are related to the smart cities in Indian context, those are the 9, 11, and 17. And what you see here on the center picture is different protocols and how each protocol is backing up or is supporting the SDG goals. And finally, I would like to show the screens of Dubai Expo, Indian Pavilion in Dubai Expo. This is the location where it is, and these are some of the screens which are there. It is online, it is available, and the URL is at the bottom. And as it mentions over here, over 150 mega cultural and business events are planned in this in the next, let me say, 6 months, starting from October 1st. Yeah, that is what it is all about. I just want to give a glimpse of that. Definitely, in the interest of time, I would like, if there are any questions after the presentations as mentioned before. And finally, I would like to say thank you very much. And one other thing is for the immense innovation and the impact that we could able to bring for this through this project. Me and my team are the winners of the Inventors of the Year, because we could able to really streamline and come up with the new workflows and to optimize and reduce a lot of cost. And IF Design Award for the excellent designs, what you saw in the screens, the IF Design Award, just for the information sake, this is the gold standard for any design application. And yeah, with that, I would like to say thank you. And then that's it from my side.
Thank you, sir, for such an informative presentation.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Srimati Preeti Bhatnagar. She is the head of electrical department and an electrical engineer, and has been working in BIS for more than 30 years. She has worked in different activities of BIS, which include standard formulation, certification, and training, and has worked in various branch offices of BIS at Delhi, Jaipur, Ghaziabad, and Bhopal. She headed the Bhopal branch office, which caters to the certification work of the state of Madhya Pradesh. She was posted in the electrotechnical department in the initial period of her career, where she handled technical committees like rotatory machinery and power capacitors. I will request ma'am to start.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. We are coming towards the end of this session, and mine is the last. I would request all of you to ask a bit more questions. I'll be concise. I'm sure everybody will be able to say. The presentation today is on sustainable development goals, standards. Standards in the field of technology. As we all know, in September 2015, the United Nations published 17 Sustainable Development Goals that aim to enhancing world peace and prosperity, eradicate hunger and poverty, and to protect people and the planet by 2030. It calls for innovation and broad collaboration between public and private society. Standardization and conformity assessment.
They support economic advancement and global trade. They enable energy access and increase the safety and reliability of all electrical and electronic devices. They also form the basis for the circular economy and environmentally conscious design. Next. Indian standards, they contribute almost all of the 17 SDGs. They provide the foundation that allows industries to adopt or build sustainable technologies and apply best practice, and they form the basis for innovation as well as quality and risk management. Today, I'll be talking about the standards in the field of electrotechnology that contribute and are linked to some of the SDGs. As we all know, Electrotechnical Division Council in the Bureau of Indian Standards is responsible for formulating standards in the field of electrotechnology, and it covers broad categories of generation, transmission, distribution, storage, utilization of electrical energy, including renewable. Under these broad categories, it covers all the aspects of products, installations, and processes. Standards linked to SDGs. They embody global consensus on methodologies, processes, and specifications, and are often used in regulations also. They enhance access to technology and innovation, promote the development, transfer, and dissemination of environmentally sound technologies, and facilitate participation in global trade. Out of 17 SDGs that have been formulated by the United Nations, 3 of them are directly linked to the electrotechnology field. They are SDG 7, next, SDG 7 on affordable and clean energy, next, SDG 9, industry innovation and infrastructure, and next is SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities. SDG 7, affordable and clean energy and especially electricity. It is the golden thread that impacts all SDGs. The United Nations has recognized energy as the cornerstone for economic development, facilitating poverty and hunger reduction, efforts improving healthcare, education, and empowering women. The various elements of this SDG is power generation, transmission, and distribution. The distribution includes lighting and transportation. Of course, energy efficiency. We all know energy saved is energy. Electricity accessibility is one of the most important aspects. Today, it should be accessible to everyone and everywhere. The electrical committees, ETD committees, which are linked, specifically linked to these SDGs are ETD 28, solar photovoltaic energy systems, ETD 42, wind turbines, ETD 50, LVDC power distribution systems, and ETD 42, electrical energy storage systems. Next. ETD 28. Under this sectional committee, BIS has published IS 1428 series, 286 series of standards on terrestrial photovoltaic modules, design qualification and type approval, which is aligned with the IEC 61215-2016 series of standards. IS 14286 Part 1, it lays down requirements for the design qualification and type approval of terrestrial photovoltaic modules suitable for long-term operation in general open air climates. The standards are intended to apply to all terrestrial flat plate module materials such as crystalline, silicon module types as well as thin film modules. The Part 2 of these standards has 4 sections and covers the specific requirements of different types of PV modules. BIS has also published IS 16221 series of standards and IS of the IC 61730 series on power converters for use in PV systems and safety qualification of PV modules. Next. ETD 42, wind turbines. Dr. Balaraman has spoken quite a lot on this aspect. He is the chairperson of this committee, ETD 42. But under this committee, we have published ISO of the IC 61400 series of standards on design requirements to ensure that wind turbines are appropriately engineered against damage from hazards within the stipulated lifeline. The series of standards give general information about the validity of measurements, required test conditions, and equipment. Also, it states the required measurements to be taken to determine the characteristic power quality parameters of the assessed wind turbine. Next, ETD 50. This is the LVDC Power Distribution System Sectional Committee. GIS is leading efforts to make LVDC technology safe for use everywhere. DC power can be used directly without losses emerging out of energy conversion. Under this sectional committee, GIS has published IS 16711 2070, that is 48 volts extra low voltage distribution system. These are guidelines that cover the essential requirements for distribution of power from an extra low voltage 48 volt DC power source. Considering safety and energy efficiency as foremost priorities, a primary DC voltage range that is sufficiently safe needs to be chosen. Since the standard is likely to serve the needs of those communities which will be the first-time users of electricity, it is very important that the possibility of electric injuries are minimized, even in the case of exposure, direct contact, and the static standard addresses these issues. Next, ADD 52. This is Electrical Energy Storage System Sectional Committee. Energy storage system assumes a crucial importance for managing the daily fluctuations of power demands in large grids and to cope with the intermittent nature of renewable sources guaranteeing large proportions of the energy required for grids. Several technologies have been recently studied in order to address these issues, including pumping hydro, compressed air energy storage, flywheel, and electrochemical storage. Among electrochemical systems, flow batteries represent one of the most recent technologies and a highly promising choice. This sectional committee, ADD 52, has initiated the work of developing Indian standard on battery management system for flow batteries. This standard will be unique of its kind as no international standard exists on this subject. This standard will describe safety, performance, requirement, and control parameters of battery management system for safe use of flow batteries. It has also published two standards, IS 17607 and IS 1092 on vocabulary and safety requirements of energy storage system. One of the standards, IS 17387 on gender, safety, and performance requirements of PMS. It has also been proposed as a new work item in IC because we don't have standard in IC. This subject was. Next. This slide gives you a current power scenario of the country. As we can see, almost 100% villages are electrified, but still around 31 million houses still lack access to electricity. As already pointed out, 175 gigawatt is the ambitious renewable energy capacity the government is aiming by 2022. And this SDG, it ensures access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for next. In these slides, you can see that these are some pictures of installations in remote areas. The standards have impacted at grassroots levels and have ensured that quality of education is received. Education is received in every corner of the country, and also it has improved the quality of life. On this slide, you can see this is light. The energy is opportunity, it transforms lives, economies, and definitely it transforms the planet. Next. The next SDG is industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Indian standards support the development and implementation of sustainable quality infrastructure in all industries where electrical and electronic devices and systems can be found. They provide confidence to regulators, buyers, and consumers that devices and systems are safe, can interoperate, and are built to industry-wide elite levels of quality and reliability. They are also encourage innovation and technology transfer, help reassure investors and insurers that global best practice has been applied in design, manufacturing, installation, maintenance, and repair, including in terms of sustainability. The elements of these in SDG has been listed, and the technical committees of EDD, which are linked to this, directly to this SDG, are safety of machinery, EDD 44, and electrotechnology in mobility, EDD 51. Next. EDD 44. This is a relatively new committee and deals with the standardization in the field of application of electrotechnical equipment and systems to machinery not portable by hand while working, but which may include mobile equipment. This also includes a group of machines working together in a coordinated manner, excluding higher level systems aspects. Effective implementation and enforcement of safety of machinery standards, they ensure safety of persons working in the industry and also eliminates the possibility of accidents that happen quite often in the industries. Some of the standards which have been published by this committee have been listed in this slide. EDD 51, again, this is also a relatively new committee, and in fact, it is also a new concept that is now taking over everywhere in the world globally, so in India. Electrotechnology in mobility, this committee actually focuses on bringing out standards for the charging infrastructure of electrical vehicles. With the expectation of adoption of 4 million EVs by 2025 and 10 million by 2030 in India, deployment of back-end charging infrastructure is the need of the hour. Most charging systems developed across the globe address higher levels of power and are very expensive for widespread deployment. BIS has recently created this committee which deals with the standardization of charging infrastructure. Already a few standards have been published. ISO 15118 on vehicle-to-wheel communication. We have a series of standards on this, and IS 17017 series of standards for charging infrastructure. Recently, we have published in this series we have published 2 standards which deals with AC and DC charging infrastructure for light electrical vehicles. This committee is presently working on battery swapping, documents on battery swapping. This is also a very important aspect of charging, because as we all know that in case of electric vehicles, the charging has basically 2 elements. One is the infrastructure, the charging infrastructure, and second is the charging time. The government is already working on the charging infrastructure, bringing out installation, installing these structures as much as they can. And but we have another issue, that is of charging time. Today, by deploying only the fast chargers, a vehicle needs at least 1 hour to charge completely. And this time can be very irritating many times. If we adopt the concept of battery swapping, we will totally eliminate this charging time. And definitely it will contribute a lot to adopting EVs in a large way in future. BIS is going for standards in this area. It is a pretty new area. And we don't have many standards even at international level. We are trying to bring them up indigenously in India. Next. This slide gives the current infrastructure scenario of the country. Various facts and figures have been given here. Next. Again, this slide gives you the challenges which we face in the Indian scenario. We have to enhance the industrial establishment, industrial infrastructure in the country. But as we all know, India has very difficult terrain in many places, like hilly areas, remote areas which are not connected even by road or railways. And in such areas, we have to depend upon the locals to transfer the material, like the transmission lines, the solar panels, and all that. So we have to work under this circumstance also. Next. Building a simple footbridge between rural communities can increase new business growth by 15%. So we can all see that a small initiative can lead to very large gains. Next. Coming to the third SDG, SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. Sustainable, safe food, clean water, sufficient energy, overall economic, social, and environmental sustainability, as well as safety and security. These are the kinds of promises cities must fulfill to provide a decent quality of life to their children. It undermines the large majority of the electrical and electronic infrastructure in cities and communities. This includes all forms of transportation, water and sanitation, electricity generation, healthcare, financial and administrative services, security and alarm systems, access control, CCTV, lighting, and many more things. The technical committees which are directly related to these SDGs are ETD 13, Equipment for Electrical Energy Management, ETD 23, lamps and related equipment, and ETD 49, Illumination Engineering and Luminaires. ETD 13, Advanced Metering Infrastructure, that is AMI, is a crucial part of the smart grid. BIS has published several standards on electrical energy meters under this section committee, ETD 13. Indian standard series of IS 16444. It specifies requirements for smart meters. It covers the requirements of smart meters as a composite unit consisting of 4 functional zones: metering, load switch, data exchange and communication protocol, and communication modules. Next, ETD 23. This is the Committee on Lamps and Related Equipment. As we all know, lighting plays a significant role in achieving the basic social safety and environmental objectives. Indian standards on light sources, control gear, and other accessories are formulated by this sectional committee. The most recent addition to the standards published by this committee are IS 16102 and IS 16103, which lays the requirements of LED lamps and modules. We also know that BIS has published National Lighting Code, NLC SP. This is Special Application 72. Which is applicable to the lighting systems in large varieties of interior and exterior installations, including special areas like hospitals, workplaces, sport complex, utilities, etc. The code lays down a set of minimum provisions necessary to protect the interest of public with regard to lighting level and safety parameters to 13 parts and 29 sections. This code is under revision right now. It has been taken up recently only. And the advanced technologies, including LED lighting and smart lighting, will be included in the revised version. Next is ETD 49 on illumination engineering and luminaires. Indian standards on luminaires and code on best lighting practices are prepared by this committee. One of the important standards formulated by this committee is the IS 10322 series of standards, specifying the safety and photometric requirements of conventional as well as LED luminaires. This standard is in 8 parts and it covers all the requirements of the luminaires, all different types of luminaires, internal, external, recessed, airport lighting, and all. Everything is covered, and in different parts it is covering different types. IS 16107 series of standards, they specify the performance. Next. This slide again gives the current urban and rural settlement scenario of our country. As we can see, around 62 million tons per annum waste is generated in the cities, and we have to manage this waste. I come from Indore, and as we all know, this is the city which has been bagging the greenest city award since past 3, 4, 5 years in a row. How they have achieved this? We had like here we have in Ghazipur also. I've seen this. I've come to Delhi. I've come to Delhi, but I've come to Delhi now after a long time to stay in Delhi. Like we have in Ghazipur, we had a mountain of waste in Indore also at a particular towards the outskirts of the city. But we required to pass through that area whenever we had to go to the industrial sector, industrial city. So it was the same scene as it is here, very bad. It used to smell a lot of birds and all. And today, not today, 3, 4 years back, when this all started, so it started by the Prime Minister, and when Indore took up this project, the whole mountain has disappeared. There is nothing. They had the plant was set up there only to convert all the waste into, I don't know, useful products or whatever. That itself, they have set up the plant, and it is, and such a big mountain of waste was totally converted, and there is nothing today. And the whole area has become so beautiful. And all this thing is being done on a daily basis. First of all, they have to deal with already which was collected. And all this being done on a daily basis, and in almost every sector, every area or colony of the city, they have established plants. And all the waste which is collected goes directly to the plant. It is not thrown or stagnant anywhere. So that is why that city has become a waste. I'm very proud of it. So why can't we adopt the same thing everywhere and by all the cities in this country? I think we should go for that. We should follow that model. And because this is one of the major hindrances, we have to have a good life and a quality of life. We have to deal with our waste. Next, please. I'm coming towards the end of my presentation. As you know, this is a scale of action, and we all have to work together globally to achieve the goals which have been set up by the United Nations through these 17 SDGs. Together, everybody take responsibility. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. The session is now open for questions.
Yeah, please. I think you speak on the mic. You can sit down and ask.
Thank you. So my question is for K. Balaraman sir. Sir, as you told in your PPT that the wind turbine blades are currently non-recyclable. So currently, what are the disposal practices that we follow in India? And also, sir, is there has been any study regarding that if it is landfill, what kind of the leachates or contaminants it can produce, as well as if there are any government guidelines that guides on the disposal of these wind turbine blades. That's all.
Yeah. First and foremost, if you see presently, we are not to the stage of having a large number of blades coming out because the design life of a turbine is 20 years, and many of the turbines could be operating their useful life going up to 30 years. So the phenomena of the blade, yes, internationally it's a big challenge, and in fact, most of the blades they are going for the alternate use, some kind of a landfilling, and also for road barriers, and there are various innovations being done for the how to use a blade. Okay, so it's been talked about. And if you try to talk about the hazardous materials, is very less on the blade part of it. Okay, but again, there should be a challenge for the recycling, and India joined the force on the recycling part of it. And we are also, as part of ADD 42, we are trying to work out how to dispose and how to come out on the decommissioning and also safe disposal of blades.
My question also extended to ISIC 61400 that has been mentioned about the material quality and the standards for the wind turbine blades. So there are any provisions in that standard as well about the disposal practices?
As of now, IEC doesn't have the standards on the disposal. We are under discussion in the TC 88.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sometime we heard the news about birds getting entangled through this wind turbine blades. That's one single question. I believe back to the speaker, Revati. We see that during the Commonwealth Games, we had dedicated lanes for the sportsmen to go. But all through this COVID, we don't see any proper such roads or any system in place for the ambulances. They are all the time stuck in traffic. Is there any city or town in the country which has got smart solution, particularly for ambulances and fire engines?
There are, that's a good question actually, and actually, cities in India, there are multiple organizations working, trying to make the ambulance reach hospital in the golden hour, like we say. Particularly in Delhi, infrastructurally, this work is being considered how it can be mobilized. But the other thing that definitely there are multiple case studies like that. But apart from that, there is also a lot of initiative, a political will. For example, in Haryana, we have seen that there are certain responsibility. That if there's a specific monitoring committee set up to ensure that in case of any accident, the person should immediately reach the hospital within that first golden hour. So I would say infrastructure definitely is a part. But apart from that, there is also a lot of will and effort that goes.
Okay, you had a question on the bird mortality with the wind turbine. Yes, again, I could put this as the two aspects of it. One is a perception, other is a reality. The perception is, yes, the bird is going to be hit and other things. In fact, we commissioned a study with SACOM and it's proved the mortality is there, but the percentage is less compared to any other accident what is taking place. But taking conscious what are the things are there. Today, if you talk about modern turbine, the speed of the turbine is reduced to maybe between 8 RPM to 16 RPM. And the birds are more intelligent and they manured too because the speed is not going to be high. So it's not like a fan. Okay, so definitely it's going to maneuver between the blades. And also we are trying to have some kind of ball diverters and some kind of special painting which is going to prevent them to come near that. So these are the things, preventive measures being taken up.
Talk about the thermal energy. Basically, from the coal. Is it from the coal?
See, thermal energy need not be from the coal alone. It can be from nuclear also, is a thermal only. And also we are talking about the combined cycle gas turbine. There we are using the steam and steam will be generated again is a thermal. So thermal is a common word, but if you talk about most of thermal power plants, majority is coming from coal.
Because coal, we are talking about this for more polluted. Now, in the case of the fossil fuel also, what we are saying, and the petrol and diesel. So, is there any the Paris Agreement that in some from now, because sometimes the petrol and diesel and users will be negligible or it will be totally phased out?
Yeah, that's basically what by 2030, our energy requirement, okay, more than 30% will be made from the renewable energy. That means we are going to cut down the energy 2030. By the year 2030, we are going to reduce by the 1/3.
So petrol diesel will not be used.
No, it's not there. We are reducing by 1/3. And we are trying to talk about the net neutrality. Of course, it is going to come by 2045 or 2050. That Niti Aayog is studying other particular aspect of. So it's not cut on my part to comment on that.
The second thing, when we are, what we the green energy. What is the, what green energy?
So the both are used in synonymously. Okay. Initially, they used to call it the green energy, the wind and solar. Okay. Now they are trying to talk about the clean energy. But we are trying to combine the hydro, even the large hydro also we are trying to combine along with the clean energy today. So we are as an energy basket, we are talking about large hydro, small hydro, the waste to energy, biomass, wind and solar constitute the clean energy.
So hydrogen generation is one of the green energy.
Hydrogen generation is a storage part of it. Hydrogen per se cannot be an energy. It is purely that water source available, maybe from the solar or the gases or any other things part of it. We are going to convert that energy into hydrogen. Hydrogen per se is not I call hydrogen as an energy carrier.
Smart cities regarding what training about the two social standard. They are followed for this. That the parking, particularly the parking allotment, the two standard what we have mentioned here. Now mainly I was specific was on earlier all the around 30 countries of the Europe. They are the main pioneer of these standards, but this is not for that new standard.
Actually, the checklist is for the best practices of sector smart transport. The guidelines smart transport parking and
no, but my question is that like when you see the cities, go to the Europe and their system, all the Europe cities are more or less at the same time and their impressions also. But in case of the Indian, that standard, that footpaths or all the parking area occupied by some of them. So how will you put this checklist to?
Yes, yeah, that is something that we so when we are talking about parking, say we should take the area for what is the existing supply basically. Like on-street. So in terms of on-street park, what happens is like I did the example about 2 years before the parking policy of Delhi. The entire not able to walk in the area and to navigate between. So what we had done there is to identify exactly the as per what is the in terms of how you plan their parking. Accordingly, on-street. Now, this is, what this has done is, we have made a single room parking. I will say we have a single layer parking on street that is there for anybody who has it. Other than that, the parking is now shifted to. So, once such kind of infrastructure is positioned, then creating a smart app or a parking management system.
So I think we'll restrict the questions in the interest of time. We are well beyond schedule.
Sir, सर ये जो प्रोग्राम है इसको थोड़ा मतलब अगले साल हमको काफी बड़ा करना होगा इस प्रोग्राम की स्टैंडर्ड्स इंडिया के लिए काफी मतलब बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है यहाँ पे स्टैंडर्ड्स बहुत ही कम फॉलो हो रहे हैं हर चीज पे उनके पार्किंग की बात की है बिल्डिंग की बात की है जो है बच्चों के स्कूल्स हैं पार्क्स हैं इस प्रोग्राम को हमें बहुत हाईलाइट करने की जरूरत है इंडिया लेवल पे ये प्रोग्राम इतना छोटा नहीं है जिसमें काफी लोग हैं एक नॉर्मल
आपको मालूम है कि we are in a situation जब there are restrictions in sort of the large programs and all the participations of large number of people. So obviously because of these reasons, program छोटे स्केल पे हो रहा है but definitely जब virtually people are joined. Physically अभी हम restricted but virtually people are joining.
So standards basically backbone हो गया हर country backbone standards जो standards है काफी लोग
Your point is taken. Your point is
taken. इसमें सबसे ज़्यादा जरूरी बच्चों के schools से लगा वो कम से कम ये standards में हो ना आपका future भी अच्छा रहेगा बच्चे हमारे future
ठीक है. Thank you for your observations. So I think I'll quickly conclude. I think we have had very good presentation from each of the 5 speakers. Some of these have been very informative. And some has been very thought-provoking also, because when each one of you was speaking, you were highlighting how we should not treat each of these aspects of sustainability, which they were highlighting in isolation, how they sort of, again, what I mentioned in my opening remarks, that they sort of integrate various other issues. When we are dealing with one aspect, you also have to take into consideration the other aspects. Like Dr. Balaraman had mentioned that when we are dealing with wind energy, apart from the energy efficiency aspects or the use of renewable energy, we are also looking into how we are trying to conserve upon the use of other resources. So we are talking of resource conservation when we are talking of use of renewable energy. And similarly, when Dr. Sharma was speaking of, he was speaking of having a holistic approach. When we talk of plastics, we are more concerned with the disposal of plastics, how the entire life cycle, how it takes time and all. But at the same time, we need to take into consideration that there are contaminants in plastic and how we overcome those ill effects of the contaminants in plastics. So I think all in all, we have had a very interesting presentation. I will not go into each of the individual topics which the presenters have made, again in the interest of time. But I take this opportunity again to thank each one of you for applying yourself to the issue of sustainable development, and how standards have a very important role in ensuring that we together, I mean, coming back to the theme of this World Standards Day, it is a shared vision of the entire global community. And as they say, that this is a subject where we sort of think globally but act locally. Thank you, each one of you, the three speakers present here physically, and those two speakers who have joined us online. Each one of you have had an impact and have sort of set our minds thinking of what we need to do in order to tackle this huge task which is ahead of us, the task of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by the year 2030. So thank you once again, and thank each one of you and those who have joined us online for participating in this session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I would request everyone to move to the cafeteria for lunch. And the next technical session will start at 2:30 p.m.
Thank you. Thanks, each one of you. Very nice presentations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
हाँ 2 कुर्सी और लगा। यहाँ पे एक लगा दो।
सुनील हटा ले, एक गिलास हटा ले, खाली हटा ले।
थोड़ा इसका दीजिए यहाँ पे।
ये रहा बैठना।
यहाँ कितने गिलास लगाते सुनील?
6 लगाने।
तो हो गया 2।
यहाँ पे मत लगाना, यहाँ पे 2 उसके बाद 3।
चार ही चाहिए, 3-4 चाहिए। ठीक है। 5 दिया वो 5 प्लांट है ठीक है ओके डन
किसका था इसको अरे धर्मा जी थोड़ा एक एक थोड़ा चेयर इधर इधर कर दो
ठीक है सर
उधर पूरा बाहर जा रहा है
छोटे नहीं करने ना ये इधर से
You're an engineer. सही है
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that everyone is done with their lunch. I request everyone to take their seat, and I invite everyone, all the speakers and the session chair to come onto the dais. We are about to begin the technical session 2 on standards fostering well-being. We welcome the session chair of this technical session, Sri Sanjay Pant, the Deputy Director General of Standardization Group. Sanjay Pant has 32 years of experience in diverse areas of civil engineering and building construction. He has written and presented a number of technical papers in national and international journals relating to standardization, consumer protection, and quality assurance. He has received a number of recognitions such as Lifetime Achievement Award from Fire and Security Association of India, and also received honors from Honorable Minister for Skill Development and Indian Plumbing Association. Now I request her to introduce the session.
Thank you, Samadhan. Welcome to all the speakers and all the participants who are here and who have joined virtually. This is the second technical session of the day. on the topic of standards fostering well-being. Largely, it encompasses 2, 3 SDGs. So I can say SDGs 2, 3, and 6 in particular. So they are all SDGs in general, as you know. They are with the objective of achieving sustainability. Sustainability is a very vast term. That things sustain. But then when they sustain, they should sustain socially also, culturally also, and economically also, and judicially also. So everybody should get justice also, and they actually finally is quality of life. And quality of the term, to my mind, it comes more that it is ultimately the quality of life. But that quality of life is also perception. You perceive in a particular way. So when we say standards, how do you perceive standardization of quality of life? In my understanding, this is better quality of life. Somebody can understand in a different fashion. But then there are certain common areas which are common to all of us. A good quality of water, which is potable, which is fit for drinking purposes. Of course, nobody can debate on that. And similarly, that safety, orderliness, personal safety, safety through structures where we live in cannot be compromised. So these are non-negotiable. But then there are certain things which are non-negotiable and where easily when say these need to be standardized also, because we are celebrating World Standards Day. And when you talk about sustainability, you talk about efficiency. Sustainability, you talk about durability. You talk about safety. You talk about disaster resilience. You have a beautiful thing and aesthetically pleasing things which are water efficient, energy efficient in a building, but the building is not structurally safe. In an earthquake, it collapses, then everything else goes. So these are, as we talked about right through the day, these are all interconnected areas which contribute to the concept of sustainability. And then whatever can be standardized, should be standardized so that we have common understanding of the concept of sustainability. Of course, a minor repetition that we have embarked upon achieving sustainability development goals, and somebody has said that there should be 17 goals. You can have another couple of goals. If you break your mind, you can always innovate. You say this should also be a goal. Prior to 2015, we never said there should be 17, and somebody would have started with 15 or 12, or in some fashion there were sustainability objectives always in our understanding, the way we lived. Even otherwise, the Indian systems of understanding the way the Quran, our civilization itself were one which sustained over. Somebody says lakhs of years, somebody says at least we know last 10,000 years we sustained. So there cannot be something. But then there are civilizations which vanished, like Mohenjo-daro, Harappa civilization, Mesopotamia civilization. Some of them vanished also. There was no plastic at that time. Everything was recyclable. There was no polymers which could not be recycled. There was nothing of the sort. Everything was recyclable, reusable, or everything was such a natural activities were there for 5,000 years back, you can say. And the natural materials, somebody said in the morning, Prakritik say, either Honorable Minister said. So everything was Prakriti based or nature based. So still those civilizations vanished. So sustainability is something more than just being natural. And then therefore there is so what we say, and it has to be inclusive also. Sustainable for whom? Sustainable for everybody. Everybody should. So it should be something which is understood by people, which is assimilated by people, which is used by people, and ultimately with the objective of is quality of life. And again, say the quality of life, the definition is somebody wants to enjoy life, somebody wants to make it creative, somebody want to work hard. So there can be different, manifestations of the understanding. But then, of course, little saving today's time, we have very eminent speakers today, and we will be able to throw light on various aspects, some of the things which we would not have seen before, and that I can guarantee all of you. And therefore, I would like to introduce my speakers. We would have Dr. Sharika Yunus. She is a nutrition specialist and head of the unit, Nutrition and School Feeding, World Food Program India. I welcome her to this important session, technical session 2 of the day. She would be speaking on the subject of overcoming nutritional deficiencies through fortified rice. And we will have then Mr. Vinay Gupta ji, and he is a managing director of Bathline India Private Limited, one of the top exporting unit of the country in the bath products or plumbing products. They have one of the best brands and the quality conscious people. They have beaten China. They have exported to the countries who are supposed to be the best in the world in some of these areas like Germany, Europe, and they have managed that. And so it will be very heartening to hear from him. And he would be talking on the water efficient plumbing products, on which recently we have developed standards also, which are also about to be released. Then we would be hearing from Dr. Anuradha Shukla ji. She is former chief scientist of Central Road Research Institute, a CSIR research institution. Now it's called CSIR CRRI. She would be talking on the subject of green infrastructure and sustainable water management. Very, very interesting one. And because we cannot say we have a green building unless we have a green infrastructure. In isolation, a building will have no meaning. As I said, in isolation, energy efficiency and water efficiency will have no meaning unless the building is efficient. And building will have no meaning unless our town planning, the infrastructure is, we cannot have a green building in so ungreen or inefficient city. So she will be talking that will be a right subject today. I think we'll be harping on the right subject, and it will open up our eyes on the important aspects of infrastructure and water development. We will have Mr. Sunil Arora ji is advisor in the National Water Mission. Sir, we welcome you to this important session. He will be talking on piped drinking water supplies under his leadership. Recently, we have published a new standard, IS 17482, that is on piped drinking water supply systems, services systems. And we have very successfully brought out the first standard on services sector division by our new division of SSD2, and which is certifiable. And I think it has already become very popular. So we will be hearing from him on this important area. We have our own officer, Suniti Tuteja, head of Food and Agriculture Department. She will be speaking on the same SDGs, articulating the factor of the sectors of agriculture, food, and water, and how we perceive as a standards body, as a food and agriculture division of BIS, the SDGs. From that perspective, we will be speaking. There's a lot of thoughts to share. I know personally, so I think it will be very interesting. I think with that, we can start our technical session. We would have comments, question answer session at the end of the entire session. But then Dr. Sharika Yunus, she would be leaving. I think she has some other and very, very important engagement. So we'll have an exception for your session, and then we'll hear question answer session just after.
Before starting the session, I would request Sanjay Pankar to present the mementos to the speakers. First speaker for the day is Sharika Yunus. Next speaker is Sri Sunil Kumar Arora. Next speaker, Dr. Anuradha Shukla. Next speaker is Sri Vinay Gupta. Our last speaker today is Srimati Suniti Protector. Now I would request Dr. Charika Vinas to start with the presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my absolute pleasure to be presenting here today. And I'd like to thank the Bureau of Indian Standards for giving the World Food Programme the opportunity to present. For those of you who may not know what the World Food Programme is all about, we are the food aid arm of the United Nations. We've had presence in India since 1960. And in the initial years of our presence, we were, of course, because the country required at that point in time, providing food aid to the country. But over the years, our role in India has changed, and we now provide technical assistance to the government of India to its various food-based safety nets. And it's glimpses of that work that I'll be talking about to you today. So all of you would know that anemia and malnutrition are problems in India. If we look at the National Family Health Survey data, which is data from the Government of India, the National Family Health Survey 3 was conducted between 2005-06, and the National Family Health Survey 4 was conducted between 2015-16. The prevalence in anemia has come down during that period, whether it's prevalence of anemia in women in reproductive age group, whether it's the prevalence of anemia in young children, it's come down. But the speed at which the prevalence of anemia has been coming down is a bit slow. Over a period of 10 years, the prevalence is also somewhere around 10 percentage points, which basically means we are reducing our anemia prevalence at around 1 percentage point per year. Similarly, if we look at the prevalence of other micronutrient deficiencies, and this is from the Comprehensive National Nutrition Survey, which was conducted in 2018. We find that intake of other micronutrients is also an issue in several sections of our population. The CNNS only covered children and adolescents, and therefore the data that I present here is only for adolescents. Now, looking at the causation of anemia and micronutrient deficiency, and this is the UNICEF conceptual framework as to how is it that anemia and malnutrition gets caused. So there are certain immediate causes. The immediate causes are basically two. One, which is inadequate dietary intake, and the second, which is recurrent infections. Then we have a set of underlying causes which cover everything from household security to caring practices to wash practices. And then there are a more basic set of causes such as political causes, economic causes, etc. Now, what we see more dominant in India is the pathway around the inadequate dietary intake. So just bear in mind when I move to the next slide, when I talk about inadequate intake. So this is a slide which talks about the recommended dietary allowances for Indians, and then it talks about what is it that an average Indian is consuming. The data that I have here in terms of consumption is slightly dated because there haven't been any surveys on consumption post that. But what you can see here is that there's a gap between intake and the recommended dietary allowances for most micronutrients across age groups and across both the sexes. So there is no, it's more or less crystal clear as to why we have anemia and micronutrient deficiencies in our population. Now, what could be the solutions to anemia and micronutrient deficiencies? And the idea is not for one of those solutions to be in place. Given the prevalence that we have in our country, almost all these solutions need to work together
synergistically to reduce the prevalence of anemia. So amongst the food-based approaches, we have dietary diversification and we have food fortification. Amongst the other solutions, we have supplementation, we have biofortification, we have public health measures, and we have hand washing and wash solutions as well. And like I said, it's nobody's case that all of these solutions need to work together. We may be talking about fortification today, but in no way does it belittle the importance of the other solutions that need to be there. Now, what exactly is food fortification? It's the practice of deliberately increasing the micronutrient content of, but increasing it to a certain extent so that it provides a public health benefit to the population, but at the same time, it minimizes the risk to the population. So the concept of causing minimal harm or minimal risk is inbuilt in the concept of food fortification. There's a variety of commodities that can be fortified as mandated by the law in India. The 5 staples which can be fortified are milk, oil, wheat, rice, and salt. Salt, you would know previously was iodized salt. Now salt can also be fortified with iron. Therefore, it is referred to as double fortified salt. The benefits of fortification are that it maintains the body stores of various nutrients in a more efficient and effective manner. It also does not require any change in our existing food patterns. It has the ability of addressing multiple deficiencies in one go. So you can add a lot of micronutrients into the food in one go. And it's cost effective as well. Sure, why. Also, just to bring to the fore that the Copenhagen Consensus in 2008, there's an expert group of scientists, of global scientists who sit together, and they found out that fortification and addressing micronutrient deficiency is one of the most efficient interventions that countries can implement if they really want to work in the social welfare mode. Now, why do we think fortification of rice is so important in this context? That's primarily because rice is consumed by 65% of our population as per the latest NSSO data which is available to us. So 65% of our population predominantly consumes rice. I'm from the northern part of India, where wheat is more in vogue, but there is at least one meal in the day where rice is consumed as well. And therefore, predominantly, almost all of us consume rice, and therefore it makes it, since it's a vehicle which is consumed so much by everybody, it makes it as the vehicle of choice for fortification. We also know that processes around milling of rice remove some of the micronutrient content of rice, such as the B vitamins, and therefore fortification provides us an opportunity to add back what has been removed, but it also provides us an opportunity to add back what may not have existed in the initial rice matrix. So micronutrients such as vitamin A and vitamin B12 can also be added to it. Now coming to the process of fortification, it's a two-step process. The first step involves the creation or the production of the fortified rice kernels. And the second step involves the blending of the fortified rice kernels into regular rice in a ratio of 1:100. The ratio can vary anywhere between 0.5 to 2%. Now talking about the creation of fortified rice kernels, it's a process which involves pulverizing the rice into a powder. The micronutrients in the form of a premix are then added to the powder. Then it's extruded through a die, and you can then produce any shape of kernel that you want. So you can produce the smallest grain mini mokra, or you can produce the largest grain basmati if you want as well. So you just need to sort of change the dimensions of your die, and you can make your kernel match the base rice which is available. Now, this entire process that I explained of pulverizing the rice and adding the micronutrients, etc., these are not processes that governments or state governments need to get into, because there are private suppliers for fortified rice kernels. In our country, as we speak now, there are 49 suppliers of FRK, and we have a total annual capacity for production of FRP to the tune of 1.37 lakh metric tons. So that's huge. It's huge, particularly because when we started working on fortified rice in India, there was just one supplier. So over a period of time, the capacity and the number of suppliers in the country has increased. Now, which are the industries that can get into the space of production of fortified rice kernels? So anybody who has an extrusion equipment, whether it is an extrusion equipment for making pasta, whether it's an extrusion equipment for making extruded snacks, or rice millers, because they already have some of the basic equipment which is needed. Any of these industries can get into the business of making fortified rice kernels. Now, fortified rice may be a concept which is fairly new to India, but it's a concept, it's an age-old concept. In fact, as a strategy, it was first started in Philippines way back in 1952. And there are many countries around the world which mandatorily fortify all rice which is consumed within their country. So it's been there for a very, very long time. It's only in the past few years that it's been recognized as a strategy brought to India as well. There are also many countries, including India, which do voluntary fortification of rice. But with the recent announcement by the Honorable Prime Minister, 15th of August, we do see India taking the route of mandatory fortification over the next couple of years. Now, why should, so when the Prime Minister spoke in his speech on the 15th of August, he talked about ensuring that all the rice which is consumed through the food-based safety nets. And when I say the food-based safety nets, I basically mean the public distribution system, the Integrated Child Development Services Scheme, and the MDM scheme, which is now called PM Poshan. All the rice which is consumed in these three schemes will be fortified, and the time frame that the Prime Minister has put for the country is by 2024. Why do we think that fortified rice in the food-based safety net makes a lot of sense? Because our food-based safety nets are universal. For those of you who don't know, India has the largest food-based safety nets in the world. About 800 million of our population is covered through those food-based safety nets, which is no mean feat, and I don't think any other country can boast of the sort of coverage that we have in India. So our food-based safety nets are universal, and the distribution of rice in the food-based safety nets is universal as well. And there is about a total of 350 lakh metric tons of rice which floats in our food-based safety nets. If I analyze each of the three food-based safety nets separately, then in the public distribution system, close to 50% of what is distributed is rice. In the midday meal scheme, or the PM Poshan, which is the scheme which caters to school-age children, close to 83% of what is distributed and consumed is again rice. In the Integrated Child Development Services Scheme, which caters to children less than 6 years of age and to pregnant lactating women, again close to 48% of what is consumed is rice. So since there's so much of rice which flows in the food-based safety nets, therefore it makes a lot of sense to fortify all the rice in the food-based safety nets. In terms of evidence, so we've understood why we need to do fortified rice. We've also understood as to why the food-based safety nets make sense for fortified rice. But it's also an intervention which is scientifically proven. It's an intervention, like I said, been there for a very, very long time. There are about 20 scientific published papers which talk about the benefits of fortified rice and its impact on anemia, its impact on hemoglobin levels, its impact on serum B12 and folic acid levels, all in positive sense. And out of the 20 studies, 4 studies are from India alone. Therefore, fortified rice is a proven intervention which the world has been implementing for a very long, long time, and perhaps it's India's time to implement it as well. Now, talking about the enabling policy environment on fortified rice in India. So we do have standards available from the Food Safety Standards Authority of India. In for fortification of rice, the standards are divided into two components. 3 micronutrients that you see on the top are the mandatory micronutrients. So if anybody is fortifying rice, the rice can only be called fortified if it is at the minimum fortified with iron, folic acid, and B12. But the vendor, the state government, or the supplier has the flexibility of fortifying it with an additional set of micronutrients as well. So we have the standards. There have been several directives which have been issued by the ministries, whether it is the Ministry of Women and Child Development, the Ministry of Education. So a lot of directives have been sent to the state government to mainstream fortified rice in the safety net. In 2019, the Department of Food and Public Distribution, Government of India, also came out with a pilot scheme on fortified rice. The current DG BIS was very instrumental in actually getting that scheme out when he was the Joint Secretary in the Department of Food and Public Distribution. So this scheme was to be implemented as a pilot scheme in about 15 states and 15 districts. And the scheme has been in place since 2019. It has a time frame till the end of March next year. But given the announcement by the Prime Minister, fortified rice is now being mainstreamed in all the food-based safety nets, in addition to the scheme across the country. In the midday, sorry, I'm slightly disjointed.
It's not there. I just say next.
Oh, okay. Okay, so sure. I'm so sorry about that. This in the central sector scheme, the centrally sponsored scheme has been rolled out in about 10 of the 15 districts. And it's been in place since 2019. If we look in 2021, April this year, there was a decision which was taken by the government to roll out fortified rice in the ICDS as well as the MTN. In the ICDS and the MTN, there's about 35 lakh metric tons, close to 31 lakhs metric tons of rice. And out of that 31 lakh metric tons of rice, fortified rice, about close to 12 lakh metric tons of fortified rice has already been fortified and it's being distributed. It's being distributed in 18 states in the Mid-Day Meal program and in about 12 states the ICDS program. So despite the announcement by the Prime Minister just happened on the 15th of August, there's already a lot of push to move fortified rice to the state. Now, fortified rice with its, it's an intervention which has been there and is getting implemented and scaled up gradually. But there are certain challenges that are there and that need to be addressed during the course of implementation. One is that we, as development partners and UN agencies and governments, are focused on rolling it out on scale. And somewhere the quality has been compromised. So perhaps now that we've reached a certain level, we need to start focusing on ensuring that the scale up of fortified rice happens with quality and there are the right standards, the right quality control, quality assurance mechanisms in place. There are certain gaps that are there in terms of having standards for the premix, having standards for the fortified rice kernel, and having standards for machinery, and the European standards is working towards addressing those gaps. There's a need to have a robust monitoring and evaluation system in place to ensure that whatever is being implemented with quality. Since it's a new intervention and the kernel looks slightly chalky compared to the regular rice, there's a need for very intense information, education, and communication campaigns. And though today we may have reached a stage where we have about 1.37 lakh metric tons of annual production of fortified rice, but it is still not enough for the Indian market, and therefore we need more supply of it. That's the end of my presentation, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you. I'm so sorry for this to me.
I think you have very well articulated the topic given to you on overcoming nutritional deficiencies through fortified rice. as Dr. Sharika has to leave for another meeting, right now, I think we can open the session for question answer for this particular session. Anybody has any question, please you can raise that.
Two quick questions. One, you use the term minimum risk. Why is that term used? Because are we putting externally chemical-based fortification? And second question is, whether organically grown rice should also be fortified? If it is so, will it still be coming under the definition of organically grown rice?
So perhaps I'll attempt to answer your second question first. So organically grown rice is the concept that we talk about biofortification. Now in India, whatever research that we have, it only shows that the biofortification has been able to increase the protein content and the zinc content. So whatever is being added is not addressing the direct problem of anemia and micronutrient deficiency. I'm a medical doctor, I don't understand agriculture that well, but what I do know or what I have been told is that it will take the country another 4 to 5 years to start developing varieties with adequate content of iron, which can then be a solution for issues like anemia and micronutrient deficiency. So till then, perhaps we need other solutions to come in. And by saying that, I still maintain that all of the solutions need to come together, some perhaps at different stages as the country is evolving. So that's the answer to your second question. Now the answer to your first question, when I say minimum risk, no, it doesn't mean that there is, perhaps I shouldn't have used the word, it doesn't imply that there is a risk because the standards are set by a scientific panel. The standards take into consideration what you're consuming. The standards take into consideration that there is an iron folic acid supplementation program which the government is implementing and then decides on the levels of fortification. So in no circumstances, two fortified staples are you getting more than 30 to 50% of your requirement. We've also done some calculations comparing what's coming in from the different sources and the tolerable toxicity limit, and there's a huge gap. There's a long way to go till we start touching the tolerable upper limit.
Thank you. Is there any other questions somebody would like to ask?
What of this fortified rice, it is not available in India or not?
Yes, sir, it's gradually becoming available. There are 3 brands that I'm aware of. I wouldn't want to name the brands, but it's available. The only catch is that it's available in the high-end segment, and we are trying to engage with the different vendors. So it's also available in the low-end segments of price, but it's gradually becoming available in the market.
Says like this that fortified rice in our diet, can we avoid the supplements?
Yeah, that's a bit of a loaded question. I wouldn't say that we can avoid. 50% of our women are anemic, 50% of our children are anemic, almost 4 to 1/5 of our men are anemic as well. So I don't think now is the stage when we can start avoiding the supplements, but gradually perhaps we can start reducing the dose of the supplements. The other point that I would want to make is that when policies are not written in stone. Policies are a regular process. They need to be changed as things are changing. So tomorrow, if our anemia levels come down, then we need to look at what is it that we are doing well and perhaps start reducing levels. So for now, I would still stay with supplementation.
But one thing, madam, I want to know that because there are a variety of rices are available. Fortified rice, like it is not only the basmati or boiled or many varieties. Micronutrient plus vitamin be added for all type of rice.
So whatever for now, the government's decision is to add it in whatever rice is available in the food-based safety net, irrespective of the variety of rice.
Because what health program that you give, the basmati is also everyday consumption, is also not good for the health. The data which has been shown in India. So boiled rice of such kind of rice, there then it will also be low price. So is there such kind of things are there in the market?
If I understood your question properly, sir, I think one part of your question is that can the FRA match any variety of rice? Yes, it can. It can match any
variety of rice. It can also be the red colored rice which is in Kerala. So it can match any variety of rice. That goes without saying. Now, I think what I understood from the second part of your question is that eating rice in itself may not be good nutritionally. So why are you fortifying it? What I would say to that is that what we're trying to do is that if you're consuming, so there are certain conditions where perhaps too much of rice consumption may not favor it. So we're not saying go out and start consuming rice. What we are saying is that whatever you are consuming, ensure that it is fortified. If you're consuming a lesser amount, which I think for diabetics, for for several conditions, the rice consumption should be on the lower side. Consume it, but ensure that it's fortified.
I think subject is of very general interest also, so everybody becomes interested. I think very good questions were asked and very aptly replied also. So I think it's time to thank Dr. Sarika for a very wonderful presentation and for everybody to having asked and she having replied very properly all those questions also. And I think we will have just to add that we already have a draft Indian standards ready both for fortified rice and fortified rice kernel as well as premix also. All the three are currently under circulation, wide circulation. So many questions that will also answer. Currently, you can download those documents, send your comments also. I think you would have contributed in that also. So thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you.
So sorry.
I think with that, I think we can move on to the second presentation. That is on the subject of water efficient plumbing products, for which I invite Shri Vinay Gupta ji, Managing Director of Bathline India Private Limited and member of the BIS Technical Committee on this subject matter. अच्छा आपको भी जाना है अच्छा ठीक है अच्छा ओके ओके आप करिए I briefly introduced earlier. Sorry.
Yes, sir. So, thank you, Dr. Sarika. So, again, without further ado, I welcome Sunil Kumar Arora, sir. I now request Sunil Kumar Arora, sir, to start with this presentation.
Chairman of the session 2, Mr. Sanjay Panji, officers on the dais, and the delegates who have joined through virtual medium. Very good afternoon to all of you. As we all know that the theme of World Standard Day 2021 is Standards for Sustainable Development Goals, our shared vision for a better world. रहीमन पानी राखिए बिन पानी सब सून पानी गए न उबरे मोती मानुष चू. I am Sunil Arora, IDSC Indian Defence Service of Engineers, presently working as advisor National Water Mission, Ministry of Jal Shakti. I, on behalf of Bureau of Indian Standard SSD 14, Sectional Committee for Piped Drinking Water Services, take this opportunity to welcome you all in for gracing this occasion and participating in celebration of World Standard Day. A very happy World Standard Day to all of you. As you all know that safe drinking water and a more efficient system of pipe drinking water services will ensure a better sanitation, which will translate to better health and a reduction in waterborne diseases and related problems. Recently, as the chairman has also told that he is appreciated that we have formulated a standard on pipe drinking water services IS 17482 for ensuring sustained clean drinking water supply of water as per IS 10500. I deem it a great honor to speak about water, which is one of the most important part of our life, and share a presentation on water resource management for pipe drinking water supply services to such an intellectual delegates on World Standard Day. Thanks for joining this session. Now I will share my presentation. This is basically water resource management for pipe drinking water supply services. As everybody knows that there are 17 goals, SDGs called global goals also adopted by UN member states in 2015. And SDG 6 deals with clean water and sanitation. Before going further, let us know certain things about water, certain facts and figure about the water. That there is only 2.5% fresh water available in the world. And in that 2.5%, surface or atmospheric water is only 0.4% and groundwater is around 30%. Whatever water we see in our daily life, that is only 8% of the water we are using. That is bathing, laundry, cooking and other purposes. 92% of the water which we are consuming is basically unseen. It is not visible. It is for use to produce goods, for growing food and other agriculture purposes. As far as the availability of water in India is concerned, India has got 17.7% of world population, 15% of the world cattle population, 2.5% of the world area, but only 4% of the fresh water available. Our total precipitation, including rain and snow, is 1,869 billion cubic meter. So this 4,000 billion cubic. And total availability of utilizable water is only 1,123 billion cubic meter. Per capita availability of water in cubic meter per year is decreasing day by day. In 1951, it was 5,178, and it has gone down to 1,486 cubic meter per year in 2021. And as per the scientific norms, if availability of water goes below 1,700 cubic meter, it is a situation of water stress, and if it goes below 1,000 cubic meter, it is a water scarcity situation. If you see this graph, horizontal yellow line cuts the blue graph at 2005-6. It means from 2005, we are in a water stress situation. And if we are not going to improve our water resources management, definitely by 2055, we may come in the water scarcity situation. Our water use is around 88% we use in agriculture and 12% in domestic and the industrial use, same as Africa is using. But other developed countries uses very less water in irrigation because irrigation is a water guzzler, white elephant. Most of the water is used in irrigation only. If we increase our efficiency in the irrigation sector, definitely we'll have more water for use in other sectors. Safe drinking water is just 3%, 2.5% basically. India, as per the report of Niti Aayog, is placed at 120th among 122nd countries in the water quality index. It was in 2018. Now situation has improved. Safe drinking water is a relative term. Water that is safe in African countries may not be safe in Asian or European country. In India, safe drinking water is the water which is as per the minimum quality standard of IS 10500, readily and conveniently accessible to consumers all the time without compromising the quality of water. That is basically safe drinking water. As there's a quote, water sustains life, but safe cleaning water defines civilization. There are challenges in pipe drinking water sources. These challenges were there before Jal Jeevan Mission was started. And now this, as our Honorable Prime Minister always says, that we have to convert all the challenges to the opportunities. And presently there is international support. Everybody is discussing about water. There are innovation in water sector. And there are a lot of government schemes, state government schemes of Government of India. And this is a water action decade from 2018 to 2028. It is a water action decade, and based on that opportunities, Government of India started Jal Jeevan Mission. Our vision for drinking water in Jal Jeevan Mission is potable water supply, adequate water supply, sustainable water supply, and tap water for all. This is the basic mission. It was launched by Honorable Prime Minister of India on 15th August 2019 from the rampart of Red Fort, Lal Kile ke Prachir se. And basic aim is functional tap to every household by 2024. Total outlay is 3.6 lakh crore, out of which state government is 1.59 and central government is 2.01. In India, total household is 19.23 crores. And on 15th August 2019, only 3.23 crore were having the functional taps. Until date from August 19, around 20, after 25 months, we can say, total 5.07 crore more households are covered with functional taps. This is the situation as you see the graph, that everywhere this percentage of functional taps are increasing in every district, every villages. Presently, there are 8.31 crore households, which is around 43% of household. This is having functional tap in their houses. Around 6 street and total 81 district, we can say, is having 100% functional household taps in every rural and urban area. So, if we are going to provide taps, we require raw water from the sources. Water resources has to be there. Then water is subjected to treatment and drinking water supplied through pipes, and then pumping station from tanks to homes and public water supply system. So, since there were challenges for water resources. Why there were challenges for water resources? More than 70% of the annual flow of river is from monsoon. So we call it monsoon for 100 days, but actual 50% of the monsoon water falls in 15 days only. There is a flash flood. We are not able to conserve water. And because of this intense rainfall, this is flash flooding. We are having only 253 billion cubic meter capacity for storing the surface water. Our main, water resources is groundwater resources, which we use 60% of the irrigation, 85% of rural drinking water, 89% of the irrigation sector, and urban water requirement is also 50%. This is the most of the time we use groundwater. We are the, you can say, leading extractor of groundwater. Combining with China and USA, though we are obviously our population is far more than the USA, Pakistan, and Iran, but not more than the China. China is extracting less water in comparison to India. So for this drinking water supply, we have to resource our water. We have to manage our water resources. There are four, you can say, management, quality management, which is already managed if you are supplying water as per IS 10,500. Sustainability is one of the most important thing that if we have provided the taps, we have to provide water sustainable. Then demand side management, how we can reduce the usage of water. And supply side management, how can we increase the supply of water? For sustainable solution, first we should start using the treated wastewater for non-potable purpose. Maybe agriculture, it may be industry, it will definitely reduce the demand in agriculture industrial sector. Then we have to increase the water use efficiency in all three sectors, domestic, industrial and agriculture. And then the water conservation through rainwater and harvesting and watershed, it will increase the supply side. So for sustainable use of water as a consumer, demand or use of water shall be equal to or less than the availability of water. क्योंकि जल तो है सोना, इसे कभी नहीं खोना. We must have heard about 3 R's: reduce, reuse, and recycle. These 3 R's we are using only for demand side. For supply side, we are adding 2 more R, that is recharge of ground earth, rainwater harvesting, and then revival of traditional water structure for rainwater conservation. And the 6th and the most important R in this category is respect. We have to give due respect to water if we want to sustain our life. एक बहुत अच्छा कार्टून था जो मुझे लगा इसमें आज के प्रोग्राम में दिखाना चाहिए कि if our present is like this, definitely our future will be like that. There were challenges in wastewater, as I am telling you that we have to start using the treated wastewater. There are challenges, but we have to come out of the challenges. Jal Jeevan Mission is increasing the tap connection, so definitely wastewater will also increase. Swachhta Abhiyan, the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, we are increasing the toilets, definitely wastewater will increase. So if we start using treated wastewater for non-potable purpose, definitely there will be less demand on our freshwater supply. Trends in urban sanitation is latrine, septic, sewer line is increasing day by day. And then solution is treatment of wastewater using a simple method, avoid long transmission of wastewater, and then reuse of treated water. These are the solution of use of treated wastewater. If we are using the treated wastewater, it has the potential to reduce water scarcity pressure on existing fresh water resources across India. Now, come to the demand side management. We have to increase our water use efficiency in all three sectors. Small sector, domestic sector, we call it a small sector as far as our water ministry is concerned, because main water guzzler is agriculture sector, but still we can increase our water use efficiency in domestic sector. And there are certain figures, these are available on net also. If we start consuming water during various daily activities, definitely there will be a saving of water. And then if in the industrial sector also we increase our water use efficiency, because for industries the price of water in India is so less that for the industries this is not in their you can say interest. As a government policies, we should come out with the policy that every industry should start using water auditing, and there should be a water use efficiency in industrial sector also. Definitely there will be a saving of water which will be used for drinking water. For that, National Water Mission has given a study to benchmarking study to TERI, the Energy Research Institute. In 4 water intensive industrial sector: thermal power plant, textile, pulp and paper, and steel industries. This study is still going on, and after the study will come out and there will be recommendation, and these recommendation will be sent to all the industry of these four category, whatever action recommendation TERI is giving, we will send to them so that there will be a water saving and increase in water use efficiency. Then comes our increase in water use efficiency in agriculture sector. This is a demand side management approach that aims to nudge the farmers to go for crops which use very less water, but use it very efficiently, are remunerative to them, are suited to the agroclimatic hydro characteristic of the area. We are growing rice in Punjab, though in Punjab there is a less consumption of rice. That is the reason groundwater is going down day by day in Punjab. That rice should be grown where a lot of water is available in northeast state, Bihar. That is called agroclimatic hydro characteristic of the area. 85 to 90% of water is used in agriculture. If water use efficiency is as low as 35%, so we have to increase water use efficiency in agriculture sector. And our logo of that Abhiyan mission, which we have started, is the name of that campaign was Sahi Fasal. Nahi hai jal to nahi fasal, kam jal le wo sahi fasal. That we have started in 2019. National Water Mission has started, and our key elements was creating awareness among farmers on appropriate crops, using of micro irrigation, use of soil moisture conservation, weaning them away from the water intensive crops. These were the basic key elements of Sahi Fasal campaign. Then the last and the most important thing is supply side management. To increase, how to increase water supply. For that, we have to conserve rain water. You must have seen there are a lot of rain water conservation structure, traditional, ancient time. Jalara, step wells, we call it Bauli, tankers and jords, called in Rajasthan and Haryana, the ponds. But with the passage of time, we have not renovated them, we are not taking interest. We are always making big dams. Now, you must have observed since last 10 years, there is no big dam coming. There are a lot of pros and cons. Big dams are also required. But we have to start using rainwater conservation using the traditional harvesting techniques. So this is again the good cartoon I could find, that if we are not going to conserve the water, if we are not recharging our ground earth, rope of our well will, length of the rope will increase. For that, Jal Shakti Abhiyan Catch the Rain was initiated. It was launched by Honorable Prime Minister on 22nd March 2021 on the World Water Day. He has addressed all the Sarpanch, all the DMs and government officials via video conferences. Letters were written to the Sarpanches, all the DMs and all the chief ministers for this campaign. These are certain photographs of that campaign. These are the letters written by Honorable Prime Minister to Sarpanch, Honorable Prime Minister to all the chief ministers. In 2019 also there was a Jal Shakti Abhiyan, which was there only for 256 districts, only 1,592 blocks. Now this year we have Jal Shakti Abhiyan and Catch the Rain was started by National Water Mission in all rural block, all urban area of all the districts of the country. And this was done in two phases. One was a planning phase, and from 22nd March to 30th November, which is still going on, is the implementation phase. These were the posters used. Now, this Jal Shakti Abhiyan Catch the Rain is a supply side management approach that nudges the states and the stakeholders to create appropriate rainwater harvesting structure. But why I am telling appropriate? Which suited to the location specific variables such as climate condition and subsoil. So one rainwater harvesting structure which is suited to suited at Delhi may not suit at Bombay or at Rajasthan. So accordingly, we have to construct the rainwater harvesting structure, and with the active participation of the people. Our aim is not a drop from my compound. घर का पानी घर में, गांव का पानी गांव में, और खेत का पानी खेत. And our objective of Jal Shakti Abhiyan Catch the Rain, which this tagline of this campaign is where it falls, catch the rain, where it falls, when it falls. Main objectives are harvest maximum rainwater and save it, enumerate, geotag and make inventory of all water bodies and water harvesting structure, prepare a scientific plan for water conservation, set up Jal Shakti Kendra and generate awareness. Activities were rooftop rainwater harvesting structure in all buildings, special emphasis to all government buildings, water harvesting pits, provision new check dams, removal of encroachment of tanks, ponds, takes, which is one of the most important things. जिस रास्ते से उन टैक्स पॉन्ड्स में पानी जाता था वहां पर encroachment, so we have to remove that encroachment so that in the rainy season all the water should go to that water body. And using defunct bore wells as a rainwater conservation structure with active participation of the people. We have also asked the states and the district to start a Jal Shakti Kendra in each and every district, which is having a dedicated mobile phone number. It will act as a single window water knowledge center on all the matters of water. It will act as a technical guidance center of the district. Then for preparing inventory, we have asked the states and people are working on that. We are geotagging all the water bodies. Presently, around 18 states we have completed and 14,81,000 water bodies have been geotagged. Based on that geotag, where is the water bodies available, then only we can make the scientific water conservation. हमको पता है वाटर बॉडी कहाँ पर है, कहाँ नहीं है, और कहाँ पर पॉपुलेशन ज्यादा है, कहाँ पर एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर ज्यादा काम कर रहा है, उस हिसाब से हमको उस जगह पर वाटर कंजर्वेशन की टेक्निक का कंस्ट्रक्शन उसका करना है. कैच द रेन कैंपेन इज ऑन वाटर कंजर्वेशन, क्योंकि जल एक निधि है और वर्षा जल संचय इसे बचाने की एक विधि है. There are certain benefits of catch the rain which I am not read out because there's already time is over. It improves soil moisture, increase water table, reduce cost of pumping as our ground water table is increasing. It reduces urban flooding and water logging. One of the most important thing of rainwater harvesting. For that, for all the information, we have developed a portal, jsactr.mowr.gov.in, and a mobile app, Jal Shakti Abhiyan-CTR. This is in public domain. All the details you can see from that website. Whatever works have been done for water related structures by Department of Rural Development and other Ministry of Urban Development, Ministry of Environment and Forest. These all have been populated here, and you will find all the information about that. We have already asked the states to geotag the water bodies and water related structure. They have started. And this is the front page of our portal, which gives all the information of water related structure, how many constructed, how many are going on, how much expenditure have been done, and enumeration of water bodies. This is a web page where you can find the water bodies on the maps. This is the photo of our mobile app. These are the information of 10th October 2021. We have already completed 33,95,000 works, either completed or ongoing water related structure, and total 35 crore 82 lakhs forests. These trees have been grown on this Jal Shakti Abhiyan, and total expenditure by Ministry of Rural Development is around 50,000. As we say that once you carry your own water, you will learn the value of every drop. Now I close my presentation with the famous quote, "Mata hai bhumi, pita hai pani, yahi keh rahi hai." Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
I think very elaborate presentation. I think you have touched all aspects that relates to the resource, very scarce resource, very costly one, water, and very important one. I think you have. I think all of us are very much knowledgeable today after hearing to you. I think if there are any questions now we can pose. I think you have to also leave early, I suppose.
I'll sit for hour.
Okay, but then I think we can right now ask any questions that we may have now. Anybody, any question?
I will request everybody to participate in the Jal Shakti Abhiyan. You go to our portal, go to our website, you'll get all the information. Thank you very much.
Sir, your topic is pipe drinking natural water services.
Yes.
Drinking water services. Is there any scheme in Delhi that all the households should be provided drinking water through the pipe, like in case of the PNG, pipeline natural gas? The cooking price has been come down, our hassles has been very free. We are not waiting for anybody. Like that, is there any scheme will we have that? Because whatever you are giving us, and what we have to do to conserve the water. That is the another part.
There were two, three.
The topic is the pipe drinking water.
Yes, sir.
Yes, there were 2-3 slides in between. You must have seen Jal Jeevan Mission. Jal Jeevan Mission is for providing tap water supply at each and every rural household, urban household. And already there are 6 states and the 81 district where 100% tap connection has been provided. So definitely Delhi, Delhi must be water. This work must be going on. I don't have the information.
30 years I'm in Delhi. The very bad water.
This mission was started in 2019.
There is that quality. There is no scheme, nothing pipe or something water. Only the DDF lab, they are getting the water. We are not getting water, totally deprived now.
The water is not there in Delhi.
No, groundwater we are using. Very, very bad quality. TDS is the 500.
Yes, I don't know about
I think it's a pointed question. The issue is that as you rightly pointed out, the topic we gave, I think it has gone beyond the topic. I think we appreciate that. We have learned much more than what we thought we'll learn from the topic. On the topic itself, as you pointed out, on water supply services, as I mentioned, we have developed a new standard recently, 17,402 in 2020. It is a certifiable standard. Now we are pursuing with the Jal boards, water supply and sewage disposal undertakings countrywide, and we would like them to get their scheme certified. We reach everybody in the process, because once it becomes open, it will be known, it will be certified, it will be publicized that there is a scheme, and scheme is for supply, pipe supply, retaining quality throughout its route till the last customer. And I think your question is very, very well done. It has to, no, he and I will not be able to answer.
I will not be able to answer.
Your question is right. We will not be able to answer as to why Delhi has not given or whatever it has done.
That the dangerous point is this, and Delhi, the police houses having then water cleaning system, they are either aquaguard or something. They are generating more polluting water because the rejection of the water is going to the ground.
I think one notification is coming under the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change to restrict the use of RO or the instruments for cleaning of water, which reject substantial, which do not have that much efficiency. I think you raised this point so that we could share this also. It is in the offing. I think,
sir, our
I think in the last.
no problem. Our health will go down.
Yeah. I think we have taken this question is good. I think we will have it. Chat का question there है. सब चले जाएंगे फिर. अच्छा आप पूछिए तब तक. RO यूज करने के लिए मना नहीं है. We are working for having RO which is more efficient. There is a lot of rejects today, but everybody is paid the amount of एक गिलास पानी लेने के लिए हमें 5-6 गिलास पानी फेंकना पड़ता है. So that is what is being aimed, and it is workable. Fortunately, the companies are also coming forward. So we'll be happier if there's notification.
Question in the chat box is, can you please tell about invisible water consumed? It is shown 92%. Invisible water, I mean to say, which is water used in agriculture sector, which industrial sector for producing goods and the crops, food crops or other crops, commercial crops. Now only 8% is C, which is we say it is a domestic water we use for washing, drinking, and cooking. That is the basically 8%. That's the answer I have.
Sir, I just wanted to inform you that this is no question, but we have around 6,300 licenses of packaged drinking water, natural mineral water. हम लोगों ने उनको अगस्त 2019 में एक कम्युनिकेशन भेजा कि हमारा आप लोग प्लीज रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग अपने प्लांट्स पे इम्प्लीमेंट करिए, बिकॉज वो लोग बहुत पानी यूज करते हैं और वेस्ट करते हैं. तो हम लोगों ने उनको एडवाइजरी भेजी थी अगस्त 2019 में फ्रॉम BIS दैट यू शुड हैव रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग, और हमारा एक स्टैंडर्ड भी है WRD डिपार्टमेंट का, वो भी हमने उनको रेफर किया था, and we had requested them to implement that within 3 to 6 months. Just thought I should share that.
Thank you. Thanks.
It's
a good information to us also.
I think we have answered all questions. Thank you, Arora ji, for a very lucid, very comprehensive presentation. I think we are all benefited with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Arora sir. Our next speaker is Dr. Anuradha Shukla, former Chief Scientist, CSIR, Central Road Research Institute, New Delhi. I invite Dr. Anuradha to begin her presentation.
I think we'll have to reduce the time of presentation by as much as possible without losing the content. That is the challenge. We'll have more questions. Presentation.
I think
Thank you. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and it's nice to be here, making presentation in real world, because for last 18 months we were doing meetings and presentation in virtual world, and last year even I retired virtually after 34 years of service. So it's nice being here. So my presentation is on green infrastructure and sustainable water management. Next. So drinking water, sanitation, and solid waste management are the core of the new 2030 agenda of Sustainable Development Goals. This is expressed through dedicated goals on water and sanitation, that is SDG 6, sustainable cities, that is SDG 11, and responsible consumption, that is SDG 12. And they have linkages to goals relating to health, food security, climate change, resilience to disaster, etc. I'll go a bit fast. So water, sanitation, and solid waste management, they are crucial for achieving these sustainable development goals. And this is especially urgent for countries like India, where the most vulnerable, they bear the greatest burden of the negative impacts. Next. So with rapid population growth, industrialization, urbanization in last few decades, this has resulted in stress of water, as Dr. Arora has discussed in details, like our water is
water is going down water table. India's largest cities produce 38 billion liters of water daily, and all of which will have to be recycled eventually. Then India's basins, the majority have lower than average storage, and like 75% they have lower than average storage, and like by 2000, as he has already said, by 2050 we will be going towards the water stressed situation. Next. So coming to state of urban sewage in India, the collection, treatment and disposal of wastewater is a cause for concern, and 70% of sewage generated in urban India is not treated. Next. So and coming to solid waste management in India, about 75% to 80% of the municipal waste gets recollected, and only out of that, only 20 to 28% of this waste is processed and treated. So this, it is going to increase from 62 million tons to 165 million tons in 2030. And like if we this untapped waste can generate power, refuse-derived fuel, electricity, biogas, and compost. Next. So we see that our water, sanitation, and solid waste management is unsustainable. So I'll just briefly discuss about solid waste management, being the chairperson of Solid Waste Management Committee, CLT 33. So as I said, our present solid waste management system is unsustainable because of consumption without regard for resources. Conservation leads to excess downstream demand for virgin materials, mixing wet waste with dry waste at the source of generation. This is very important because in Delhi, all the RWAs, they are saying that you separate the wet waste and dry waste. But then when Kabari goes, that Kudawala comes, he mixes both. So all the efforts goes waste. And if you want to generate electricity or other things, waste you well. So then we need separated waste. Then our Indian condition, the solid waste is around 60% is organic fraction. So when it is mixed and dumped at the landfill sites, the methane and greenhouse gases are emitted, leachates. This also leads to toxic gases. Next. So to move towards sustainable solid waste management, promoting the concept of reduce, reuse, and recycle, as Dr. Arora said previously, and in water context, I'll say 6. As he said, respect, recharge, and revive. So then composting organic waste to improve the soil, biomethanation, then bioremediation. These are some of the steps to move towards the sustainable solid waste management. Next. So our present development model in India is linear economy model, that is take, make, use, and waste. So we have to slowly move towards the circular economy, that is towards the zero waste or using this waste to wealth. Next. So one of the example for moving from towards circular economy is utilization of waste materials in road construction. So these are the materials like fly ash and marble dust. All these materials can be used in road construction. Like last month I was in Kishangarh in Rajasthan, where there is a big marble industry. And there is a huge area, acres of land, where this marble dust and slurry is dumped. It has become white mountains, and even film shootings is done there, like it looks like a snow. So that can be used as a filler in bituminous mix. So next. Then this is the example of resource efficiency and circular economy by using plastic waste in road construction. Then Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, already it has issued the notification that 8% of plastic waste is to be utilized in road construction. Next. Then fly ash, CRRI has constructed like Sarita Vihar flyover embankment and Nizamuddin flyover embankment using fly ash. Even BIS has standards on fly ash utilization. Then next. So then like steel slags from steel industry, like Tata and Jamshedpur steel industry and all, CRRI has made guidelines for utilizing this steel slag waste in aggregate. Next. Then construction demolition waste. This can be also used in road construction. Next. Municipal solid waste in road construction. Like recently in 2016-17, CRRI utilized this municipal solid waste collected from Ghazi mountains of Ghazipur, solid waste mountains. And then like we did leachate studies also, we found like not many toxic heavy metals were there. And it was concluded that about 65 to 75% of segregated municipal solid waste can be effectively used for embankment construction in roads. And like this can reduce the mountains. Till now, like this was used in an experimental stretch of 2 kilometers on our Delhi to Meerut peripheral expressway, and it is still working nicely. And we are like using this in other states also, Varanasi and all, we have tried this. Next. So coming to the role of BIS. So BIS, like we are already like transition can help in a big way in transitioning to circular economy. That is like including the design standards for this secondary raw material from industries and waste, and we are already in the process. So BIS can play a significant role because there is a great level of compliance to BIS standards for a variety of goods and widespread public awareness regarding BIS standards. And this will ensure awareness creation about these standards. Actually, one of the committee members of our committee, he had several workshops, stakeholder workshops with different industries to formulate these standards. So I will urge BIS that they should have virtually also, you can have these kind of stakeholders workshops and in, even with public to create awareness, and this will help in creating better and effective these BIS standards. Next. So then coming to water stress, it has been discussed in great detail, but then like our anthropological activities like domestic waste, agriculture and industrial effluent, they play a significant role in water pollution. They damage natural watershed ecosystem and they damage the human health. Climate change has also brought us into a water stress state where excessive runoff in wet season cannot be beneficial during the dry season. You must have seen Delhi, like if little bit also it rains, our streets and roads starts getting flooded. So we need the adaptive management to cope with climate change and the ability to adjust in different scales while maintaining the development of our socio-ecological system. One of the prerequisites for sustainable development is to maintain watershed and ecosystem at a healthy level. So for sustainable water management, we need the interface potable water, like as I said previously also 6 Rs. We need sustainable supply options. We need recycle and reuse of wastewater, reuse and proper like improvement in stormwater. So stormwater runoff. So ultimately we need a integrated water management system. So as we can see here, if natural ground cover is there, only 10% runoff is there, and rest is absorbed and recharges the ground. Whereas in our cities, like where 75 to 100% of impervious surface is there, then 55 to 60% runoff is there. What happened is in CRI, we did a study and found that like from where during the rainy season, air pollution, heavy metals and all, they are washed off. and with water runoff and road runoff, where wear and tear of vehicles and other heavy metals are there, it is washed off to our rivers, Yamuna. So we collected runoff and we water runoff, road runoff, and we found they were heavily, like it was having high doses of heavy metals, toxic heavy metals. And studies have shown that vegetables grown near the Yamuna River, they contain high levels of these toxic heavy metals, which are like toxic to our health. It damages our health. So it's a cycle. We have to see the in totality. Next. So this is key performance indicator for this watershed management and green infrastructure. Like for long-term planning or vision, we have to have performance indicators, and here we can see that these are the 4 performance indicators and secondary performance indicators. So the next question which comes to mind is, what is green infrastructure? Green infrastructure encompasses a variety of water management practices such as vegetated rooftops, roadside plantings, absorbent gardens, and other measures that capture, filter, and reduce stormwater. In doing so, it cuts down the amount of water and reduces the polluted runoff that reaches sewers, streams, rivers, and other water bodies. Green infrastructure captures the rain when it falls. It mimics the natural hydrological process, and it also increases the quality and quantity of local water supplies. Next. So green infrastructure management approaches and technologies, they infiltrate, evapotranspire, capture, and reuse stormwater to maintain or restore natural hydrologies. The benefits are reduced and delayed stormwater runoff volume, enhanced groundwater recharge, reduced stormwater pollutants, increased carbon sequestration, urban heat island mitigation, improved air quality, improved human health, etc. Next. So these are the environment, economic, and social benefits of green infrastructure. Next. Quickly, next. So next comes, what are the types of green infrastructure? The green infrastructure includes green roof. Green roofs are vegetated roofs, which either partially or completely they hold the stormwater and release it back through transpiration and evaporation. It can drain excess runoff and reduce the urban heat island effect. As you can see here, this is the green roof of Chicago City Hall. Next. Rainwater harvesting. So in Tamil Nadu state, it is being practiced in a big way, where water table is going down, and I will not discuss this as Dr. Arora has already discussed. Next. Then rain gardens. A rain garden is a piece of land with a depression of certain inches depth that can catch hold of a runoff from a roof, roads, parking lots, etc. The depression allows flowing the water to stagnate and infiltrate to the underground, thereby recharging the groundwater. We can have these rain gardens. This is the picture of University in CS, US having this rain gardens. Next. Then biospheres. Biospheres are channels designed to concentrate and convey stormwater runoff while removing debris and pollution. Biospheres can also be beneficial in recharging groundwater. You can see in this picture, this is from sidewalk in Seattle, US, street side swale, and adjacent to the Burness concrete sidewalk. So this infiltrates through these features into soil, thereby reducing level of urban runoff to cities, town, sewers. Like in Delhi, as I have already said, like little bit rain will be there, so on flooding. We can plan green infrastructure like that to prevent all these water logging and road runoff problems. Then permeable pavements. This pavement is a porous urban surface which catches precipitation and surface runoff, storing it in the reservoir. So CRRI is also doing a study on porous asphalt pavement for rainwater harvesting, and we have developed this interlocking tiles which are porous in nature. Water can go to the ground. Next. Green spaces, alleys and streets, parking, they are not only aesthetically pleasing, but they are also beneficial. Like they can be, we can have them in our parking lots, etc., side streets as shown in these figures. Next. Then living walls. This is a picture of a farmhouse in Pune. They have a green wall. It is a natural insulation that helps to maintain and regulate the temperature within a building. It has been observed that the exterior of a wall with a green wall is cooler, and it reduces the, it cuts the electricity bills, and also shields a building from sun, rain, and thermal fluctuations. So, like, as we have seen, apart from this, the management of the green infrastructure, management practice for green infrastructure is also very important to achieve the sustainable water environment, moving from enhancing the stormwater management against climate change, building Swan City for better livability, and creating a healthy watershed towards the water sustainability. Next. So these are the key performance indicators for green infrastructure development, and it covers green infrastructure development covers 10 out of 17 SDGs as it has been shown here. So it is for future planning, it's very important. Next. So the green infrastructure is an essential component in terms of sustainable water management, health and well-being, nature conservation, and high environment quality. Therefore, there is a need for comprehensive guidance and standards to reduce the uncertainty, inconsistencies, and challenges facing the planning, design, quality, and long-term management of green infrastructure. There is a need for stakeholder workshops for the development of appropriate guidelines and standards solely focused on green infrastructure. So here comes the important role of BIS. Thank you.
Yes, I think very comprehensively dealt with this subject. I think we are complementing each other. The entire package is on SDGs, especially in water. It is very comprehensive.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Sri Vinay Gupta, MD of Bathline Group at Aqua Wave India, and also the Vice Chairman of India Plumbing Skill Council. Thank you.
Mr. Sanjay Pant, meteorology, friends of the dice.
Virtual
And also we're virtually meeting. A very good afternoon to you all. And as Sanjay ji said, we need to cut down and read not without losing the content. I must thank Sunil ji for having covered most of my speech that was good spoken on the water conservation and the need of water. Well, the water crisis is really real. You know, I would bring back the year 1990, which is probably 31 years back, when Cape Town said there will be a water crisis and there will be a dry city. And nobody took real value to it. And I still remember in year 2000, when we were talking to major hotels in India who had the water pressure, why can't we create difficulty? We will give them a long presentation that it is not only water, because they didn't value water so much. He said it saves you a lot of electricity, a lot of energy is saved. When you are using water, it is not only water you're going to conserve. You need water for pumping, recycling, And most of the hotels, most of the places in Delhi, they were getting water by tankers. So they were, and we did calculate a lot of savings, and the payback for a water efficient product was probably 6 months. But then it took time for them, and I must compliment the Jal Shakti industry and Indian team. What we could see in this presentation, a great effort is being done, really bring water crisis into control. There have been, we have talked about Chennai, there are so many, in 2050, they said there will be 5 billion would struggle for fresh water. Now, the regional distribution of global population is very well covered already in this meeting. Just to give you what is the Asia, Africa, Latin America, and how do we appear in this. Sanjay Gandhi and again they have talked about SDGs. This is the areas that we are facing. We'll have this kind of issues. And well, let me get back straight to our topic of water efficient products. Why? What is the need, requirements, and challenges? Water is used as a media for sanitizing and operations of sanitary pads and sanitary fittings. And as you know, the COVID, we were supposed to wash hands so often, 5-10 minutes, and a lot of people got sick of losing so much of water, so much of soap. Then yes, it was necessary to get over COVID. So we need to have certain ways of conserving water. The rapid urbanization and increased use of water for various plumbing products within the building resulted in increased per capita water consumption. There are additional water sources that required extra pressure of water supply. System generation of more sewage required more infrastructure, sewage transportation treatment. This led to the concern of water shortage and need for water conservation for the future generation. Water efficient plumbing products should reduce water requirement without any impact on the effective running of these products, water supply, and sewage system. We'll discuss how it is, what are the challenges there. As a small flow chart we've given here, how from the source, even for the water supply, and you need pumping systems for water treatment, then also for heating water. When you are using in climates in cold states of India, you need to heat water. Don't conserve water for heating requirements. Then use recycling, and all basic, it's always available to all of us. So requirements of water efficient plumbing products. On this, experts put into a country to establish its own standard and water efficient plumbing products. These standards which the BSS developed is in 2 parts. Will cover additional requirements for sanitary fittings for the performance as water efficient plumbing products. It will cover the criteria for water efficiency rating and labeling of such products based on their flush volumes and flow rates. A lot of countries like you will see in Australia, as well as 2000, they made it mandatory. You could not sell a tap in the Australian market without a label on the carton. And in Singapore, if you are not using water efficient products, you don't get a clearance for the building. Probably that is what is required in India too. The product can be rated as either 1 star, 2 star, or 3 star, depending on the use that you want and on the flow rates. Higher the number of stars, better is water efficiency of the product. We'll get the labeling later. Water conservation. Objective is water efficiency. Optimizing supply of water is to the user for desired function. The objective is not to conserve water by reducing the water supply quantity, leading to concerning issues of compromised hygiene, standard and human discomfort, but supply the right quality of water to meet the functional requirement of use. Not have a shower, say 6 liters or 4 liters in it. It doesn't drench you. You need to have the right kind of shower. So that what we have done in the standard is we also cover the area of the water flow. And another very pertinent question comes here is, if when you are having a shower and you want warm water, the temperature of water from your head to the bottom should not be less than 1 degree water temperature. As you come down, the temperature also comes down. So you have to look into both of the areas. And second, you don't want a counterproductive issue. If you have too much of conservation water, there will be dry drains. We have to ensure that we have to strike a balance between the two, right? The minimum water uses and also the we don't get caught up in the dry drain issues. So what are these standards were adopted by different countries at different times? Japan did as back in 1989. Then the Korea, Taiwan, every year. China also did 2002, Australia 2005, New Zealand. So all these countries did it, and in India, we are so still we have now formulated the standard. It is in wide circulation, and very shortly probably will be published the water efficient products. What were the challenges that we have faced while making the standard? What was the reason? See, most of the foreign countries, whether it is Europe or US, the water supply is pressurized. Whereas in India, we don't have a pressurized water supply. Because as probably gentlemen here said that they don't get water in Delhi. But most of the water supply in Delhi or most of the cities is based on a few hours per day. So how do we use it? We store the water, pump it to the water tanks, and the water comes down by gravity. Except for high-rise buildings, where you have, because of high-rise, you get pressurized water. Otherwise, you will always get it. And then what Jal Shakti mission is, they worked out, is Har Ghar, Har Nal, I think whatever.
Har Ghar Jal, Nal se Jal.
So when you are giving this, how do you do it? The water distribution in such a way that you're giving a small overhead tank and you have a tap there. If you don't, if you put a water efficient product, which will again tell you how a water efficient product works, what is the basis of working. If you put a 3-star rating tap in that particular area, you will not get water. So you cannot have a product which we can say only for this particular city, this part of this is for high-rise building or what. So we struggled to make the standard in such a way that each tap could be used either for a 3-star rating or for a village. And we will discuss how we've done this. Now there's a graph that you see here. You'll straight away see as you increase the pressure, the flow rate increases. But then you also need to ensure in high-rise buildings or where the pressure goes very high up to 45 to 50 psi, the flow rate should not be too high. It must come to standard level. That is what we do in water efficient products. At a certain pressure, and then for small houses at 0.5 bar, you must get minimum of 3 liters a minute. That is the objective that we need. And how this is the aerators, how do they work? See, when you are using water and you reduce the water quantity, let's say 3 liters a minute, you don't need a trickle of water. So how this works is that you are using aerators, where the aerator, the function of aerator is it takes in air, atmospheric air, it mixes with water, and what you get is you feel a good volume of water in your hand, and that's what gives the water conservation plus gives you comfort. And number 2, it also helps in anti-splash. You would have seen earlier when you're using taps and you're putting your washing your hands, a lot of water is to splash back. The reason was too much of water and no air mixing in it. So this is done both the purposes. So these aerators are some small devices, not very expensive, and can be put in most of the taps that is available. And then another issue which came in was if you have a substandard tap and somebody puts an aerator, and says, well, I've got a water efficient product. And they'll be cheating a customer. We had a long debates and Mr. Sanjay Pant was very, very critical. He said, we wanted that first he should have a basic quality standard, which is IS 8931 of EIS. He can only get a water efficient product rating if he qualifies for a 8931. If he doesn't have that TAP standard, he cannot be rated as water efficient. So that is what we have done in this standard. Then in the NPC, it does mention what are the flow rates it is required. Minimum flow rates and maximum flow rates given there. This is the NPC standard is for water closet 6 liters and 3.0 liters and all this. Now, as I said, there was this point that standards, even for the showers, as I said earlier, we are making a standard for shower. Where what we've done for the testing standard is, we say it should cover an area of 2.5 square feet area on the floor. And then we have given each floor, it is divided into 10 basic radius. And we see that water collected in each radius is equivalent. Then only it will get a standard of, and then comes the water efficiency standard. Now we have already updated the standard of IS 8931. And what we have also done is, we've included all the new taps that have come in the market. Like we did not have any standard for single lever faucets which came into the Indian market the year probably 1990. So all these single lever mixers, which is basically one hand mixer, which you can control with one hand the volume of the water and also the temperature of the water. It helps as such also the water single lever mixers is also works as a water saving device. So you would have seen that a lot of times when you're having a bath, normally set your temperature hot and cold. And while soaking, you just get away from the water because you don't want to get back to reset the temperature. Whereas in single lever mixers, close the tap, and when you reopen after having soaked yourself, you will get the same temperature back. So we've done this for all the, whether it's a concealed shower mixer, a basin mixer, or a kitchen sink mixer. All of them are a part of IS 8931 now. This also standard has been finalized. It is under is under publication. And now there are other features also. We have got push taps. We're making even the standards for sensor taps, sensor hand showers, ablution showers. All these are being done because you would have seen there is a lot of requirements. We have to see the practical use of. If you go to various hotels or high-rise buildings, you find high pressure in the pipelines. Well, you have a water efficient product, it takes care of it. But what happens to a village shower or a ablution shower? It's a lot of people do come in and they have a lot of issues. Then the water is a very high pressure. So we have also designed into the standard. We are putting in there is a very simple device. You put a small PRVs onto the pipelines at the end and the beginning and end of the product. And also, we also looking at how we save dripping water. So these ablution taps we are designing in such a way, already designed, that when you switch off when you stop using the ablution tap, the water will stop from the base angle wall only. It will not be in the pipeline. So there's no question of dripping showers in the bathrooms. Because there are in India, if you go to the net, find 80% of the old age deaths are in the bathroom. The reason being that Indian bathrooms are always wet, whereas in foreign countries they are not wet. And because of you tend to slip, and the designs there are a lot of changes in design you are making because at a certain age You will see that small things in a bathroom. They have a grating which has got a small depression, and at an old age, person doesn't realize, he feels imbalanced, and it tends to fall. So, though it's a small thing, but what we're trying to design is that grating in every bathroom should be flat, and it should be able to take a 200 kg load. So that's what we're working on. There are a lot of safety aspects. We are also adding what should be safety aspects in the standards. It's not only quality, not only, but other things are also being added to our standards now, which will create a lot of safety issues for a person. Now we have what are the these are the sanitary check for a water closet and scaling pan, flushing system. We are talking about 1 star is 6 liters, 2 star is 4.8, and 3 is 4.0. Now we have also calculated that it should not happen that your flushes are not clean. Read a very big article in terms said that I have to flush 4 times to get my forget the water conservation. Donald Trump then they said no, it is you have to have a design of a WC in such a way, it's double sided that it does the suction action along with it. So that's what it's now we're getting on to the water plumbing products. The metered faucets, these are the like metered faucets. What we mean by metered faucets are self-closing taps. So there we are talking about 1.3 star. It is not on the flow rate. It is per use. How many liters per use you want to use? If you press the tap once, you cannot get more than 1 liter a minute. 1 liter per use. And same way 2 star and 3 star. Then we come on to wash basin. That this also applies to sensor faucets. Here, what we are talking about is that we should not for single 1 star is 8 liters, so 2 star is 6. For 3 stars, we talk about 3 liters a minute. Sink faucets. Again, we have kept the same standard low. There was a lot of issues. People said we need more water, we need for cleaning vegetables. We said no. What happens when you are using the aerators? You also get which is more of a kind of a spray. When you have a spray in a kitchen faucet and there is extended flexible tube, you can wash vegetables, and when you get a water pressure at a certain flow rate, in higher flow rate, it does the job. So you don't need more water, but you need a pressure. So you have to have the technology and water conservation side by side. It can be done in isolation. Overhead showers, again we're talking about 10, 8, and 6. These showers now, earlier, talking about a few years back, we've done a without naming the hotel, had a lot of guest complaints. The water is because they were platinum rated hotel. We came back since we get a lot of guest complaints. Well, what is the reason? This is because of the we're not happy. We're paying for the 5-star hotel and we don't get the right water. So fair enough. So simple. So what we knew this could come in, and in the flow on the shower arm itself, we had made 2 controls: normal control and the water conservation control. Switch it on to the other one. So, but then it's difficult for a guest to keep doing it. It's a remove it. So now, but then we have to work with the technology. You can't say that now all these showers are coming with a lot of air mixing into it now. So that issues are taken care of. Now all these showers that we have, whether it's overhead showers or hand showers, again water get mixed in and you get the right out. We already talked about hand ablution taps. Then we are talking about the labeling system that we are talking here. Now, these are the labeling systems we've designed. the earlier when I developed it, now we left it to the standards. That whenever you one star, it will become darker, 2 and 3. That's how it will be worked upon, and that is what we do. Now this is the water requirement for our house now. If we have a water requirement, as per LEC, if you are using, they have a minute there, they specify the water usage. But once you have the water efficient products, that can be taken care of very easily. So this is the requirement, and this is how we do. Now, concluding my discussion on the prime objective is to minimize indoor water wastage by installing efficient water fixtures. This also emphasizes on protective approach towards water conservation and water efficiency, and has used various methods using high efficiency fixtures. NBC recommends 1.5 liters per day per person for residential area. We can minimize water consumption by using various water efficient fixtures such as tap aerators, water efficient showers, water efficient toilets. By using these fixtures, we can save up to 50 to 70% of water per day. Water efficient products, besides saving water, also has been reducing costs by minimizing water, that we discussed earlier, water treatment, electric use, other things. In time to come, water efficient products will become, hopefully, sir, mandatory in India too. Because if you don't make it mandatory, our Ministry Jal Shakti is still struggling to save water. So they will have to work something on that area. A small area that how we, what even Switi said that we must respect water. Yes, we do respect water. That is why rivers are very sacred for us. Ladies and gentlemen in Mumbai spent the last hours, spent 4 hours to pray for rain. Thank you so much. Any question? I'm sorry, I hope I'm not long. I made it shorter. That you get on with the subject. I think, thank you so much.
So thank Mr. Vinay. The only thing I want to add, just because many of them are not plumbing engineers or civil engineers, just the objective is to have the same efficiency of washing, drenching, cleaning by using much less water. And for that, there are tools, whether it is aerators or some other tools or design itself. Same flushing by using better plumbing designs. So that was the committee, and thanks to Mr. Vinay Gupta, we have now a set of standards. Some 10, 12 standards are now ready, are now being released very shortly, where we can certify those all plumbing products, all water fittings with rating. Star 1, 2, 3, or whatever type of rating that we leave to our certification authorities, how they would do. So this is what we are doing. I think we'll have the last lecture, and then we'll try to.
Thanks, sir. Our last speaker for the day, next I like to invite.
You can prescribe your last speaker. BIS officer.
Ma'am, head of Food and Agriculture Department, BIS.
I think you'll ask for more time the way he will speak.
30 is getting this one.
That is the yeah.
That's around.
Good evening. I think there's a lot of pressure of time, so I will try to go a little faster. So, respected dignitaries on the dais, respected seniors, distinguished guests, and dear colleagues. So here, I think we've all had the technical speakers, speaking on various work that is being done in this area of sustainable development goals. I would be just focusing on what BIS is doing in terms of standardization relating to the SDGs, and primarily focusing on few SDGs which are relating to the food, water, and the agriculture sector. So, can I have the next slide? Yeah, you can go to the next slide. So how are standards helping? These are the three main components. I think we've already heard that throughout the day regarding the economic impact, the environmental impact, and the social impact. And how standards are helping in achieving it, because standards are what? Why standards? How standards help in SDG, especially in the sector, agriculture sector? Because India is primarily an agriculture-based economy. So I think, as previous speakers have said, a lot of water is also used in agriculture. More than 80% in India is used in agriculture. So of course, having standards which specify or which will help in regulating and the use of water in these will go a long way in achieving our goals of SDGs. So I will be taking only the specific sectors, and I think I'll just through these. Next, please. Yeah, so I have divided my presentation into 4 areas, starting with agriculture, that is agriculture management, then agricultural produce, and animal husbandry, including the livestock sector, and the also which consumes a lot of water, and then water itself. So next, please. So what PIS has done in the case of agricultural management, apart from having standards for various agricultural equipments, standards for irrigation, we have also tried to standardize the agricultural practices. As I think many of you will be knowing, agricultural practices, India is a vast country. Our agricultural practices, they vary across regions, are highly localized. There is not a uniform practice. So through these agricultural practices, which is globally benchmarked, you must have heard about global gap for agricultural practices. We developed a standard. It's now been 10 years since we developed the standard. This is called India Gap. So this is Indian food agricultural practices, benchmarking against the global standards, having the control points which are common to the global gap, but having compliance criteria which is more indigenous. So you have them, and accordingly implementation of this would help in a better pest management, better soil management, and better, you could say, nutrient management, leading to a more, you could say, the farmers are able to get a more confidence of the kind of produce that they have, which will help in exports and thus facilitate trade. So, and this standard is in fact, it's a series of standards. Standards have come out in different parts. Some of the parts we are still working on, but primarily the major is part 1, which is the crop base. Then we have for livestock, for fisheries, for dairy, tea, coffee base, poultry base. So these are some of the sectors which we are working on. And in this series itself, we have another standard which is on the organic. I think there was also a question relating to organic produce. So relating to organic produce, which gives more emphasis on the bio inputs rather than the chemical inputs. So you could have microbial-based fertilizers or pesticides which are used rather than the chemical thing to enhance the soil nutrition and the soil quality as such. So these are all system of process-based standards which have been brought out. That is IS service. This is IS 16550. This is also being published in parts. So the first part, which is your crop base, is already there, and we are also now coming up with the livestock based standards on organic. So the other important part, how, and I have kind of linked it, wherever, of course, there are 4 main SDGs which are relevant. SDG 1, which is, we talk about the no poverty, and SDG 2 is zero hunger, it's directly relating to agriculture. So, and SDG 3, which is the healthy and promoting well-being, which is relating to more standards relating to foods. So, how I've linked it is I've given in the bottom how they're linked to various SDGs. Then comes soil reclamations. We have a lot of, over a period of time with agriculture as well as industrial activity, our soil quality has depleted. So we also have standards on soil reclamations or soil amendments, as we say. That is especially for alkaline soils. Using the byproducts either from the industrial side or from agriculture itself, like use of iron pyrites or use of say press mud, which is a byproduct of the sugar industry. So it can go back into the soil and help in improving the soil quality and the soil nutrition. So these are the standards, and these standards will give the nutrients that must be specified, And because they are byproducts, even of the industries, they could have heavy metals, toxic metals. So it is very important to have standards which will give the limits of these heavy metals in these kind of products. So that is why the standards in this area become very important. Next. Another important area directly impacting, which includes the soil, is use of biofertilizers. These are microbial-based fertilizers, and so they are not to be used as an alternative to chemical fertilizers. We in India have not reached that stage where we can say that we have a crop which is exclusively made from bio. I mean, there are products or there are food products which are coming into the market based on, I mean, as you have organic produce, but to kind of feed the population of the size of India, it is not possible to be dependent only on biofertilizers. So we say that these are kind of supplementing as an alternative, not but at least supplementing the chemical fertilizers and able to reduce the consumption of the chemical fertilizers. And some of the important standards. The next slide. Yeah. So on all the major biofertilizers, we have developed standards. Again, these biofertilizers, their quality is very important because you have products in the market. They may say that this is a rhizobium based, which will help in fixing atmospheric nitrogen, or potash based, which will help in fixing potassium from the soil, but they will not be of that desired quality because you could, if they're not properly stored or not properly packed, the efficacy of these biofertilizers gets lost. So that is why how the importance of standards in this area is there. Next. Yeah, of course, these, I think there's no point in talking more. Agricultural equipment, of course, standards on tractors or harvesters and etc. will obviously help in improving the productivity of the crop. So the yield of the crop will increase directly in relation to the SDG. Next. Yeah. So this, I think, as there was also our previous speakers had also said, a lot of water is used in irrigation. So we should focus more on the micro irrigation. That is only that much amount of water to be used as is required for that particular crop. So again, the standards on micro irrigation, either based on drip systems or sprinkler systems, and need to be very actively promoted and used so that we can achieve this use of having water conservation. The other important is covering the waste management again, because we are using chemical fertilizers, so it's important that the fertilizer industry itself also generates a lot of waste. Again, a lot of heavy metals and other things which pollute the water bodies. So there are guidelines and there are standards on this, that what should be the quality of the effluent that is let out by these after treatment by these plants. Standards are there. Yeah. Then we come to the food sector next, please. Yeah. So of course there are standards on quality of food and safety of food. But why are they important? Now, with also the government pushing for standards on millets in comparison to standards, or not standards, I'd say consumption of millets more, because of course, first, they are highly nutritive as compared to rice and our staple foods, rice and wheat. The other is they require much less water for their growth. So obviously, millets is an area where we should promote, and again, leading to a more healthy population, as now we are also, as our first speaker, Dr. Sharika, had also said, that India is facing, it's actually a double burden that we are facing. We call it as a double burden of obesity as well as malnutrition. So to deal with that, consumption of millets is a very good idea. And of course, linking into sustainable agriculture also. So these are some of the standards which we have brought out in the last few years. And then not only in terms of the quality, but even the food grains. India is one of the largest producers of food grains and also consumer of, we are also consumer and also exporter of wheat especially. It is important that to have standards on the storage structures, which will minimize the wastage of these. So that itself will enhance the economic development of the nation as a whole. We have standards, a number of standards on storage of food grains. And now coming into our main SDG 3, which is promoting healthy food or healthy, health and well-being. We have come out with a series of standards, and in fact, not all of these standards are new. We have some of these standards which existed since 1960s also, which was on the fortified foods. Now, of course, it has become more, we would say, popular or more famous. But we had standards on fortified wheat data, we had standards on pashtu, or we call it enriched wheat flour, and also use of this for preparing biscuits and cakes and other bakery products. And not only are these standards, they will help, in overcoming the malnourishment, especially relating to anemia. Next, yeah, the same, yeah. But we also have standards for specific targeted population, whether it is for infants, where you have the infant-based foods, either for infants below 1 year or infants within the age of from 1 to 2 years. Again, with the nutritional quality that is to be required for the children of that age. And also we have developed standards which need to be implemented, may not be certified, but they are used widely, especially where you have people who are having allergies to certain proteins like gluten. So you have a diet which has to be a gluten-free diet, or you have to have people who are suffering from cardiovascular diseases to have diets which are low sodium-based diets. So again, for them, as you know, it is important that probably the food has to be nutrition, but then it has to be suitable for them. So once we, what also the Codex, which is a joint body of FAO and WHO, says the food, when you talk about food safety, it is not only that the food has to be safe to eat, it has to be suitable to eat. So once you're saying safety and suitability have to go hand in hand. So when you talk of suitability, the allergies become a very important allergy to certain kind of foods. Thanks. Yeah, so these are again some of the standards relating to the school-going children and to the smaller, the older infants, or you could say the preschool children also. Again, taking into consideration their requirements for the various nutrients and macronutrients. So we talked about the quality of the various food products, but it is also important that food quality goes hand in hand with the food safety or the food hygiene. Because if the food gets spoiled, so it is either through microbial contamination or others. So the food hygiene codes become very important. So in that, we have food safety management system standards and our basic code, which we say as IS 2491, which is the basic hygiene code across all food industry, and then specific sector hygiene codes have also been developed. The next is relating to animal husbandry. Again, why this sector becomes important is because the feed chain, that is the animal feed chain, is linked to the food chain. So again, standards for the breeding of the livestock, for their housing, for their transport. So these codes and guidelines are very important in terms of how this will affect, and also standards on the quality of the cattle feed or poultry feed or other kind of feeds that are consumed. So then we have, of course, standards. I think these are standards on the meat, fish, poultry, as well as the dairy sector, which again specify the quality and the safety of the products. So the next important is the water area. So in water, apart from 10,500, which is the potable drinking water standard, we have standards for packaged water, and also standards for, since the quality of the water which is there in that is supplied in cities and even in rural areas is not up to the 10,500 standards. So it is important to have standards on the purification systems, either ultrafiltration based or RO based. So we have standards on that also, and recently we've come out with standard on the services also, which is the piped drinking water services standard, which I think we've already spoken about. I think this is in a nutshell the next So although you would maybe think, that this is not relevant to food and agriculture, but it does get into this because when you have the municipal waste, the biodegradable municipal waste can be very well used as a compost for agriculture. Again, important to have standards for that in terms of the requirements of nitrogen or phosphorus, etc., and as well as the limits for pathogens and heavy metals that it can be used for. Not only we have standards for compost, but also for vermicompost. Again, so this gets linked to the various types of SDGs. That is all. So you would say food and agriculture is at the very core of achieving this, what we call as the 2030 agenda for all. And that is all. So, are there any questions?
I think we have covered the entire gamut of what the objective intended thing is very well done. And now I think we can have a couple of questions, and if you close quick questions if there are any. So seems that all their queries are already resolved the way the presentation has been made. In fact, the presentation was so lucid and explanatory. I think things are very clear. And I take this opportunity. I think I will not take time now because already we are quite late. Just would like to thank all these speakers for their sparing their time, valuable time for the cause, the World Standards Day that we celebrated today. And we could do justice to the type of session we wanted, the kind of the discourse that we wanted to people. There are people who are still they are listening to us virtually also. I think they will get a good dose of information. Otherwise, it's very rare to get such a information in such a concise manner on such related topics which are dealt by experts like a civil engineer, food, nutrition, dairy person, or a road and CRI expert, or otherwise water expert. So I think we could do justice because it's a composite, sustainability is a composite thought, and therefore we need everybody's intervention, which we very much precisely did. I think with that I thank all of you. I think you can take over for a like to thank formally also.
With that, we come to the end of the session and today's program. Thank you one and all for joining us in our celebration for World Standards Day 2021.
Thank you.
The tea is served in the cafeteria.
Thank you. Thanks to virtual.
उससे पहले नहीं था क्या?
चार्जर निकालो.
हाँ.
बंद कर दिया.
क्या? खोले दो. कैसे?
ये बंद करो, चालू करो.
क्या फायदा? अब क्या फायदा? कर दिया. सीरियसली अभी नहीं करना था. तो कर 10 मिनट. हाँ फाइन. हाँ.
कॉपी पेस्ट का ही है। दोनों करके थे। खुला हुआ है। लेकिन करनी नहीं। यही है क्या? हमारे मैडम रिकॉर्डिंग कैसा नहीं पूछ रहा यूट्यूब कहाँ रिकॉर्डिंग इस पे चल रही है? यूट्यूब रिकॉर्डिंग किस पे चल रही है? इसी पे चल रही है। नहीं एंड मीटिंग रिकॉर्ड